Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be continuing our run here as Whisker Fields with the eventual, plan of converting everyone to being a rat just like us. So when we say you can't rat with us, we mean you absolutely can rat with us. And to be fair, our bigotry is a little small. Call it smallatry. We're only engaging in cultural exclusion. Not yet multiculturalism, but I figure we can get more people, and by people I mean people, to turn into rats, and by rats I mean rats. And that way everyone will be a rat. We can all be vermin together. Hey Svanka, how's it going? How you be? Man, you showed up right as we started. Hot damn. You're like the first one in here. But I think we will pause and continue on our way. We're starting to get into the deeper texts, which we don't actually do too often on stream run games, which I'm pretty happy about. We do need telephonos. We had quite a bit of trouble with the war that we ended last episode on, or last session, as it were. Because we didn't have radios, which makes it so you basically can't recover morale, because we turned on siege artillery on everyone. And then we couldn't really do anything, or then we were stuck at like 50 morale. And so, it is a little bit of the having to get radios phenomenon is a little bit weird. We do get paved roads though. Big nice extra infrastructure from arcane caravans consumption, which everyone loves an arcane caravan, as they do. Rat time, exactly. There's no time like the present to rat out. Hey Extremes, how's it going? It's ratting time. I'm like shocked at how much just regarding like general Twitch stuff, I'm shocked at how much how many people are like playing Path of Exile and watching Path of Exile right now. We thought about almost jamming Path of Exile, but then I think the people want, oh no. What's so funny about, or like what's interesting about this is like you have 360 days. You could just wait like 350 days and then just do this for a half a second and then like reset the entire thing and then just come back to this. I think we're in okay shape here and we didn't like leave the game with the bad shit, although we do need to find a war. I think Nemskes is already in our market. Okay, let's take a look what we can maybe do. We can reduce autonomy on these guys. I think that's pretty good. So now, we can actually expand in this way if we wanted. Unfortunately, these guys aren't connected. They're not tip to tip, but, is this guy new? Dragon Isle Market. We can fight Teferet now if we wanted to. Rats! That's right. Everyone's favorite Cretan. We shall turn everyone into vermin. I wonder if we can liberate country on anyone. Looks like we can on the Vosmead Peaks. Saron, annexed someone, just full annexed them, and we can't release that someone, which is a little bit of a weird. I think that's effectively a bug. Someone wanted us to go after Small Shore. A small shore for a small rat. The problem is it takes a ton of infamy to go after Small Shore properly here. They're still a major power also, so we can't subjugate them. Did we have someone, by someone I mean a rat, who had the cautious character trait? This is what we're looking for. Because what we can do is we can slot them into government for when we declare war. And then when we do that, we will get a cheaper war on the infamy. Looks like we can't. How much workplace safety do we want? I suppose we are floating a ton of bureaucracy here, so we might as well just max this out. Do we still not have healthcare? We do have public health insurance now. We have no migration controls. Looks like our rat, paradise is coming along quite nicely. The only thing is, I think we recently swapped to census suffrage. And we haven't had an election since, and being in this band is really important now, I think, for the generating... Oh, it doesn't generate... Generates loyalists from political movements. It's not even the same thing anymore. It doesn't give us more loyalists from high legitimacy? Or doesn't it? No, okay, so it just does this. But I think that is like really where it's at. Is getting this band above 90 is, I think, centrally important. Let's see if we could use return state on anyone. Let's put that in there. I don't see it anywhere here. Of course I don't have eyes. There it is. Okay. Let's see about our subjects, if we can annex. If there's anyone we want to annex. We're starting to get to the point where we've gotten a lot of our juice anyways. It's good we didn't annex anyone because we have exactly 10 members. But now we have to choose. In general, I think going ahead of time is better. We already have an ahead of time bonus, right? But how much ahead of time research do we really have left to do? I mean, we already like got compression ignition. We already got the big cheese, the big kahuna. And so how much stuff will we really be doing ahead of time from this point on? I guess that would help for a push for tanks. Everyone loves their rats in a tank. We almost have like all the research though. So I think us going research maybe doesn't make some sense, considering we aren't really generating mandate that quickly. I think we go for food standardization to decrease the mortality. This will be good for us. Good-ish. I'm looking to see if there's different looking stuff. Dough rollers is actually... Oh, okay, we don't have dough rollers yet. Dough rollers is actually an extremely good PM. It's just so late in the tree. You almost never get to play with it. We're having magical hotspots. You hate to see it. Manufacturing industry's positive throughput. These like magic events are just like super interesting. They're generally like mixed bag-ish, but seem that if you have the adventurer coverage, they're not really that bad. Fortunately, we can't sort by adventurer coverage. We're looking at places that have negative adventurer coverage and simultaneously actually have above 0 job seekers. If they have 0 job seekers, it'll maybe be difficult to do something. I didn't mean to increase that. GDP is kind of nice. This GDP map is one that we had to reset in order to swap sides on a war. Looks like we're reducing the radicalism at a pretty good tick. I think this is because we're above 90 legitimacy. Yeah, I think legitimacy is just so much more important now with the changes to SOL and your ability to generate loyalists with it. We could enact poor laws. Everyone kind of likes that. We could go for like something like old age pension instead, though. Let's see if this mod messes around with anything in there. I like haven't done the math on the dependent income and dependent enfranchisement really. This does give more food security. The question is, do we want old age pensions or poor laws here? I feel like old age pensions is better, but this isn't something I've never checked super closely. We don't really mind the decreased workforce ratio all that much, considering... Well, I guess we kind of mind it. Why don't we... pass poor laws to make the industrialists a little bit stronger and to make them happier. And now we need to utilize some of our infamy. We could annex these guys. Where are you? Looks like you're still colonizing. Could annex these guys. I think they're up in the north. Yep, yep. I think we want to do that. Yeah, we're mainly trying streaming out in the week a little bit, although I guess we're not close to our normal time slot, just to see how things go. It's been a while since I tried to see if pushing streaming was kind of working, and so we're giving it a little bit of a shot here. Just in a kind of general sense. We do want to keep wars declaring because the infamy decay is a resource. I think the industrialists, yeah, they're not so mad with us right now. We really would like to get them in government one last time to get onto free trade, but maybe that's just not going to happen. We could use the Intelligentsia to get free trade, though. Surprised we're not getting more mass migrations. Maybe we do have to move on to multiculturalism to actually properly attract pops. Because now, at this point, we have a really high SOL. I guess our attraction's not insane. You know what? We should be just acquiring more subjects, not annexing them. I actually don't like this decision anymore. I think we're supposed to try and acquire more subjects because it'll give us more authority. Kind of feel bad about this now. Oh well. Poor laws is going to pass pretty easily, pretty comfortably. We are making money. We are really making a ton of money because the investment pool is growing so fast. It's growing real fast. Okay. We need to focus up a little bit then. Where is it cheap that we kind of have decided we're going to build it? Let's swap this to peasants as well. Hopefully, let's check Wicker Eye. Oh, Wicker Eye's got some problems. We spied with our little eye. I don't think we can eat that and still stay. Oh, we could barely stay 90. We were looking at Wicker Eye, though, that was having problems. Those places gotten overbuilt. And has infrastructure problems. which kind of hate to solve it like this, but it is what it is. I guess that is actually one of the cruxes of the issues. Let's get rid of most of these in Wicker Eye. Then we're not going to need that many of that. And now we're just slightly over, but the other place should be able to employ up. Acid rains. Acid rains is part of the problem, huh? We hate it when the rain's acid. Just double check. We do have a YouTube notification up. Yeah, we do. So whenever you're looking at how much money you're making, you want to do this plus this. Kind of reaching... Yeah, one of the problems is, man, we really have just, like, not enough pops in some of these areas. I guess we're kind of making a fine amount of money. And we just really desperately want more pops. Yeah. In some areas, so we'll do that. Because Wicker Eye, I think, has at least 20 arable land, so they're eligible for a mass migration, man. Because once we get more people there, then we can, like, handle the economics so we can get more and more people. I think up here, if I recall correctly, is really nice states, but not enough arable land. Oh, they do have enough arable land. So maybe we're supposed to use migration attraction here. Yeah, us annexing one of our subjects is going to make them all mad. Some of them might try and get independence and stuff. We'll just have to handle that as we go. Not the biggest deal. It will give us an opportunity to annex guys and stuff like this. Especially the smaller guys, but we don't necessarily want that opportunity, so... maybe a little bit of a leak. Hey journalists, 40% of us think that there's more than two genders gaming. Watch your VODs and I never really comment online on anything. Hello. But I just wanted to say your community and the people who play this game are disgusting and out of touch leftists. Thanks and bye. Alright, smell you later, dude, I guess. I don't know what to say. If you're opening with saying I'm leaving, then I'm not gonna take the time to respond to you, I suppose. I don't know what to tell you. Except for you're already gone, so... Well, what the fuck? Yeah, that guy watched a VOD, like, from, I think Monday, where we topic of gender came up, and so we talked about it. I was also really exhausted because I had to intentionally sleep deprive myself for a sleep study, so that was probably not the best time to talk about it. But that is, of course, why, if you're trying to maximize the number of viewers, you probably shouldn't talk about those things. But also, like, I'm not trying to conceal my opinions. It's like, yeah. I think a lot of my opinion was one that I think a lot of leftists would have disliked as well, so. But I just wanted to say, screw you. Refuses to elaborate, leaves. I don't know, like, sometimes people were like that, like, I don't even, like, if you're, it seems like such a waste of time to spend the time typing out something if you're not going to try and start any sort of discourse other than, like, to try and make you feel better or, like, to try and make the other person feel worse or something like this, which I guess is the intention, but, like, I think we are starting to, yeah, so we're starting to get to the point where we have more loyalists. Yeah, is it really just getting above 90 legitimacy just super important, I guess, now? I mean, this is what we've been saying, but it's like the only way to generate a ton of loyalists. Like, you used to just go on guaranteed libs and then you'd just get it, and it didn't matter. But now that's no longer really an option. The crossing the points. Because another thing is like, with 1.8 coming out, it's actually so much harder to maintain bonuses on all your guys. Although, to be fair, 1.7 made that easier by giving, like, this type of stuff. We have a huge anti-demonian league, so, like, I suppose one of the ways we could try and get approval would be to actually be mixing it up with demonia, but we have, like, so many kind of enemies right now. I'd rather, not, maybe. This mod's interesting because it kind of is conducive towards there being a ton of blocks. These guys are unrecognized. They're relatively weak. I think we protectorate them. They're only 3 infamy. And this will, by doing this, we can increase effectively our the amount of authority we have. Yeah, SOL is climbing, but we're just not getting the migration attraction yet. Let's try and import grain a little bit, if possible. No, not really possible. I don't think we had, like, super broken trade routes at this point. Just eliminating a lot of these that aren't very profitable. We'll keep some of them, and then we'll delete these. We would like to go into graduated taxation. says we'd lose money, but that's not really the point of going on to graduated taxation. And now that we've passed poor laws, the industrialists wouldn't be too upset about it. I think we'd rather try and find a way to get on free trade, though. The thing is, we can't be over 90 and get the industrialists in government. Who would have known? Letting the oligarchs take over makes you less legitimate. I mean, we could actually use the workforce ratio at this point. We'll get some egalitarianism. Did we not declare on these guys? I guess we didn't. I thought we clicked the button. We'll do some of that. Looks like there are actually some pops there. Interesting. In Remora. That must have been where their capital was. I think we go after these guys next, which will actually pull 2 people into our block. And then if we reduce autonomy on them, we'll have 2 subjects. Again, kind of just going after the authority here. Wishstone Reefs and other reefs get a little bit of an upgrade in terms of PM. I think we'll put on water tube boiler on the paper. I think that's fine. SOL comes down a little bit. That's because we annexed some people. Grew the population. Man, we have... What do we have to do to get some migration pull around here? I mean, we have to get these places, like, actually up and running. I guess it will be changing the tax system next. We can take a look here. We could say that these guys are paying 13% taxes, and it's like all income taxes, specifically looking at the lower strata. And if we look at prop tax, we see the income tax rate at 20%, right? And so that's where they're paying the taxes at. Here it's 12.5%. So in terms of reduction, it's reducing, what is that, like 7.5% times 5? So like, call it like 40-ish%. So we could reduce the amount that these guys are paying in income tax by about 40%, which would help to increase their SOL. At the same time, the dividends taxes that these guys pay would be greatly increased, and so we would target the upper strata a little bit better. So, I mean, I guess that's going to be the play here. Really gotten rid of a lot of the radicals locally here, which is going to be great for us. I think that we're not going to have too many places with turmoil problems anymore. We can just play it nice and slow. +1 maximum declared interest. Seems a little underwhelming. Of course, it's about getting the electronic industries, but still. We're just going to slap down a whole ton of them here in the capital. Build a couple railways. We'll get food standardization 3, which will unlock efficient canning and also give us +1 SOL, which is going to help for the migration attraction. We didn't want that staying on like that. So we can come in and swap everything to efficient canning. Don't tell me we're using jars, Jesus. Somehow that slips through the gaps of RPM swaps. Yeah, we're gonna specifically go after the places that have peasants first, or a little bit harder. But I think that... Oh, let's not even actually build those. Let's just swap them up to using switchboards. Yeah, let's not do that. We'll send him the rats. We have a huge blubber shortage. Actually, I don't know how big the shortage is. The shortage isn't that big. We are running a shortage, though. We're trying to import it as best we can. We'll just import from literally everyone. I wish we could produce more blubber. Really having a little bit of trouble with that. The PMs like bifurcate what's like the equivalent of oil and into like two different goods, blubber and God's blood. And I guess Varia's kind of got a lot of the potentials here, as well as over here there's some blubber potential. I guess there's some down here. Over here as well. I guess subjects are probably getting unruly at this point, relatively speaking. We wanted to go after these guys. Oh man. I just noticed the guy who was raging about leftists like 10 minutes ago, because not many of you guys have chatted in a while. It's like, handle was White God 88. They have a lot of battalions. Yeah. It's like, what can you do? Hey Nasser, how's it going? Jewish Japan when? So I was thinking that I was gonna do the Spain run in parallel, but it took me so long to doing Jewish Japan and just like, you know, spend 20-30 minutes recording Spain episodes. But because I'm trying to do the Spain episodes in one single cut, it's actually so miserable because I have to restart. I have to restart so many times. Or that's what I experienced. It took me like 3 or 4 hours to record the one 30-minute Spain video, right? Because if I mess anything up, because I'm trying to show every single game action, I have to restart the entire thing. And so I have notes for an episode that I want to record later tonight for that. But if I start getting ahead of time on the Spain episodes, then I will start recording Jewish Japan. But also Jewish Japan when. I think that that's good enough. I think we'll land with these bigger guys on these guys. Once the war pops, which I'm sure it does. Jewish Japan's back on the menu. Are you in need of an editor? I absolutely am in the need of an editor. Not just for this channel, but kind of for my other channels too. Although I assume, like editors are. I am in need of an editor. I don't know what like a fair market rate is. I've been told like $40 a video is like a fair market rate, or like is what other people who are comparable to me pay. But like that seems like. In terms of hourly, that seems like I wouldn't be paying the editor very much, but in terms of hourly, I make less than minimum wage, so evaluating that whole thing and like whether or not the relationship's exploitative is like a little bit rough. I also wouldn't mind paying people a percentage of the video for like 1 year. In perpetuity is like, makes me a little uncomfortable, not because I have a problem with it, but because just like the logistics of like doing something in perpetuity seems like a little bit less attractive. Shadowfen, where's Shadowfen? But if you DM me on Discord, or if you're an editor and you want to show me some stuff, and you DM me on Discord, yeah, DMing me on Discord or like pinging me on the Discord, so we could get in touch. But I definitely, yikes, there's a lot of stuff. Why are you fearful here? Because they've mobilized 1 battalion and you've mobilized nothing. Got it. Well, the Eridor... we maybe would want to beat up anyway. I'm novice editor. I worked in a few documentaries when I was in college. We could work something out. Yeah. Currently, if I pay out like $40 a video, like I will lose money on videos, but that's also like maximizing money making is not necessarily the reason to hire an editor. It would be able to put out more content and grow the channel more, like in terms of motivation. But yeah, the entire I've been struggling in terms of like how to think about all that and like what I think is fair and like this type of thing, because there's like, yeah, simultaneously pulled in 2 different directions, which is I want to do it because I want to grow the channel, but like I think it probably should lose me money, but like hopefully not too much. In short term, lose money. All right, so now. Although I suppose if videos just pop off really hard because they're really well edited, then I wouldn't lose money. So we're going to look at places where we have some tax issues. Starting with Whisker Fields, we're going to swap you up to telephone switchboards because this is where we're producing the telephonos. And immediately we have an enormous positive balance here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to delete these down a little bit. Actually. Something like this, because I think we have more than enough capacity, and then look at other places, and we'll telephone switchboard those up as well. Other places that don't have a lot of active currently, or don't have a lot of government administrations, and are in a tax deficit, because I think we want to try and get them out of a tax deficit, and that'll also create demand for some of this. Anyways, I'll message you on Discord later and we can have a chat. Yep. As the third wonder, you can afford below market rates. As the third worlder. Oh, yeah, if you're... yeah, that'll also do it. We have none of them. Greater Flussum will make them addicted to our Kim salt. Sure. Not that we are producing a lot of it. That's like the equivalent of the opium one, though. So we are running a shortage. Got the wee-woos. I think the Oasis is where we've built up some of this stuff. And I think we're going to put all those on auto-expand just to kind of smooth things out. We do have a lot of more production coming in for that, though. Let's take a look. So we're hoping that we can let the construction queue idle a little bit and start draining this investment pool. We're losing a lot of money right now, but we're not, like... We're effectively losing 450k, but we have effectively an extra 48k bank. Hey, the other coffee, how's it going? Isn't it? Okay, cool. Analytic philosophy, it's such a bait. Swap as many as we can onto electric sawmills. We're still electrifying stuff. I'm going to enjoy the workforce ratio here in just a second, because we do not have a lot of peasants left. Well, we won't enjoy it in just a second, because what it does is it actually changes an equilibrium. Workforce ratio bonuses, rather than actually giving you, like, it's not like a light switch, it's like a volume knob, so over the course of, like, 30 years, it would eventually be plus 5%, so. All's well as actually hoping to play some Imperator today. Nice, nice, nice. We do like some Imperator. I'm like, I think like Imperator from like making videos perspective, I was talking about this with like another content creator who was like talking about maybe doing Imperator. Like that space seems so unbelievably open, because as far as I know, like literally nobody makes Imperator videos with any degree of consistency. But I have no idea what the demand for Imperator videos looks like. But I think the... Here, let's move this to some other place. Well, we know we want more God's Blood. And we know that there's some on these... Or Blubber. And maybe some we can get on these isles. Something like that. There's some up here, too. We have to maybe go after... some of these guys, these types of guys. You do have an interest up here. It is, an Imperator has a lot of untapped content just with Invictus, notwithstanding Elder Scrolls mod, the Lord of the Rings mod, the original Fantasy Universe mod, Bronze Age. There's a Lord of the Rings mod? I'm a sucker for Lord of the Rings. Well, they do have a beautiful looking map. You can still find a way to destroy the ring by conquering the Shire. Not scripted per se. There will be a one ring decision. Or you can, among other things, throw the fire in. Does this require Invictus, or you can't use Invictus? Is this getting updated? Last comment is March 15th. Maybe we just audible to play Imperator. Just turn into an Imperator content creator. A lot of people like Paradox games but don't actually play because the UI is scary. That's like such a weird, like, that's a little bit weird to me, but I've definitely like seen the people commenting about that. Even being the only content creator, I don't know if you'd fetch any/many views. Yeah, this is the flip side. I imagine you could create your own demand for Imperator by making a guide/Rome for Rome. We would definitely play Carthage and never play Rome. Yeah. Would be up for seeing a multiplayer game as the Free Peoples fighting a juiced up Mordor. Do you see the new Lord of the Rings movie? I did not. Apparently got really butt reviews, so I don't know how I feel about... Or, like, it wasn't, like, awful, it was just, like, super medium. And the main reason for making it, according to, like, some people, is that, we will have to make sure we have ports there in these places, otherwise they won't colonize. The main reason for making it was so they could retain the IP, more so than, like, necessarily, like, actually wanting to do something. Unrecognized major. Can't do anything with that. We'll do some of that. Trying to add subjects, mainly, here. More so than, like, actually trying to accomplish something. Or, well, we're trying to accomplish getting more authority pips. Found Imperator hard to approach because the gameplay wasn't as intuitive or Victory at EU4. Guides would be a good reason to go back and try it again. Yeah, the real problem, the real barrier to entry for me would be actually having to learn how to play Imperator. Last updated December 6th, so it's actively being worked on. Interesting. It got butt reviews on things like Rotten Tomatoes, where you don't have to watch it rate. I didn't think... it was alright, though. It wasn't great. Didn't learn any lore. Well, it covers the time of, like, Hammerhand, right? Earth surely looks weird in this new update. It's called global warming. No, this is in fact the fantasy mod Realms of Exther. Do you recommend playing Victoria 3 for a complete beginner to the genre? Do I grand strategy games? Would I recommend starting with Victoria 3 for a grand strategy game? Probably not. It depends what you want to do. For Victoria 3, I think a lot of people who are just getting into the genre really want to move armies around, and they really want to be army-oriented, and Victoria 3 is absolutely not that. Victoria 3 is very oriented towards, like, the economic system and the tracking of pops and individual populations and what they do and the political ramifications of that, and, like, how, you know, economic systems influence political systems through pops being marginalized or making money or these types of things. That is the primary thrust of what's going on. And the warfare system is not very good. So they're trying, but it's not very good right now. So I would not recommend it to someone getting into the grand strategy game genre unless you really don't like fighting that much and you're more interested in economics. A lot of my friends who never played grand strategy games like Vicky 3 and CK3 the most. CK3 is like a lot different than the rest of the genre because it's super more RPG like oriented. But if you really like RPGs and you want like an RPG grand strategy game, like CK would be what I would recommend. The problem is I can't recommend EU4 because like getting into EU4 at this point is actually just like it's like there's too many mechanics. It's apocalyptically hard to learn. So in the sense that Vic 3 doesn't have a ton of different mechanics you have to learn and instead has like deep systems, I could recommend it, but like the military system is like really bad and that's usually what people are interested in, and so I wouldn't feel in good conscience being like, yeah, play Vic 3, when it's like if having a really good military is really important to you, you're probably going to be upset. Hearts of Iron seems more overwhelming in a way. Well, Hearts of Iron feels bad if you start in 36 and then you play poorly and then you get to the war and then you just get crushed. It's like really demoralizing. If you like board games, EU4. If you like roleplay, CK3. If you like economics, Vic3. If you like war games, OE4. If you like 4X, Stellaris. Yeah, that's maybe a good way to put it. EU4 is good if you have a friend with all the DLC. To be fair, though, if you have a friend, do you really want to be playing grad strategy games? Oof. No, yeah, that would be the thing. But even then, like, even if you have all the DLC, like, learning all the mechanics is actually just, like, there's so many different mechanics. I don't know. I think it's, like, I guess EU4 can be a little bit more chill. I haven't played EU4 in forever, though, so we'll take the slow one, because we're, like, pretty in pretty good shape to pass this anyways. We're trying to like idle our active queue so that we actually drain out our investment pool a little bit. It's not working so well so far. Stellaris is by far the most accessible. I think I'd probably agree with that, so maybe I'd recommend Stellaris in a sense. But for still, I feel like usually when people want grand strategy games or are interested in grand strategy games, they also are specifically looking for, they're generally not looking for fantasy. They're looking for like an Earth map game, which is like not exactly what you're getting, you know? I have a feeling we have to try multiculturalism. Try for it. We need to just, like, actually sort by blubber potentials and actually go after the people who have the potentials. Holy shit. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Aye aye, coast. I mean, we could just slowly try and annex this guy, rather than peeling him off as a subject. Protectorate this guy, though. If you want to do a content Hail Mary, I could give you a crash course in Imperator. We played a little bit of Imperator, so we kind of know what's going on, but I would not feel... Like, I don't feel comfortable making Vic 3 tutorials when a new patch comes out until I have, like, 50 more hours on it, you know what I mean? Because I've played Imperator. You actually played Vic 2 for the first time when I was like 10? That sounds miserable for a 10-year-old, not gonna lie. I played Vic 2 for like an hour and then I got frustrated. I think I tried to play as a small country. I think that like playing as a small country on EU4 is like super easy and then like you just can't do it on Victoria. Either 2 or 3 as your like first runs. The economy behaves more like an RTS with typical RTS with extra steps. With Stellaris, yeah. Didn't pick up a Paradox again until Stellaris came out. Yeah, I can't imagine a 10-year-old enjoying Vic 2. Especially if you, like, if you're, like... I don't know what nationality you are, but, like, whatever nationality, like, you might have picked. If it's, like, anything but, like, European major power nationality, you're like, you know, I'm Greek, so I want to play Greece. Or, you know, I'm Filipino, so I want to play from the Philippines. Like, that is a heuristic, which is probably kind of the heuristic a 10-year-old has when picking what country to play, is super, super bad for a game like Victoria. Unless you're British, I suppose. A story type game is usually what people go for, yeah. Just wait for Project Caesar. I think Project Caesar is going to be so good, or it's going to be, like, impossibly clunky. There's, like, no middle road. Pick the one that doesn't generate minus approval. I picked Madagascar. Yeah, that sounds absolutely awful to try and play Madagascar in Vic 2 or Vic 3. Just, like, completely unplayable game. Playing the Invictus mission trees unoptimally would probably still look amazing. Playing through them. Yeah. I mean, like, it's like we don't even know, like, the proper way of doing everything, let alone that, like, exploits. Wow, do we really... We're, like, 7 days from radio. We'll just get the electricity throughput. Big sad. We don't have all the late-game journal entries, like, properly, like, memorized so that we don't, like, over-research something. That was a mistake. For us. I assume that expedition's not going to do anything too crazy for us. Because I thought it was a cool island. Yeah, you, like, watched the Madagascar movie, you liked Chris Rock as a zebra, and you're like, bro, I'm playing Madagascar, and then you just get, like, shit on, because, like, imperialism. Yeah, that's... that sounds about, that sounds like it. Let's see. Let's turn on the radios. Thank God. Now we won't be running a shortage on all of our military. So we'll go after this entire island. I think we might take 1 or 2 states off the biggest guy and then subjugate the other 2. But now we have, as we're subjugating more of these guys, we're getting more and more authority. And so we are going to try and leverage that authority into... I think that this is the place that had... We're looking for the places with iron. Yeah, not enough people. Starting to greener grass more and more stuff, though. I hope our mass migration attraction's pretty good. I mean, our map mode is kind of okay. We're not getting the mass migrations, though. We definitely, like, want other places to experience to come up other than just, like, Whisker Fields only. Which, to be fair, is exodusing Pops, which is kind of what we want. We kind of want to defeat it to other stuff, but might be the most populous state in the game, too. Maybe we're looking at it the wrong way and we just are supposed to go after the Yulong Authority. Or they have a ton of population. You know, just nab this state and start going after it. This is still a capitalist revolt that we cannot target with an interaction. The shame. The shameful display. Most of my hours, your most played is EU4 now, though? You have 2k hours and just the abnormal mod? Apparently that's going to be released soon for Vic 3, which is kind of exciting. We'll try and import. You're kind of right, Brazil is my most played nation in Vic 3. It helps that we get a great content pack. Yeah, Brazil is like one of the more playable countries. If you just like, if you're like Brazilian and you jam it. So Brazil's not too bad. Like, also obviously if you're like from one of the GP areas, it's not too bad, whatever you play. I think they were unrecognized. Oh, I see. We'll just send the big kahuna, the big cheese, if you will. We're not even draining the investment pool. Alright, we gotta figure out how to... Where do we have a lot of peasants? We're just gonna add, like, a bunch of construction where we have the peasants. And obviously we don't have infra there. Is this place employing up? It is employing up even. Wow. Alright. We're spending, I think we're using a lot of convoys to connect port connections. Yeah, just a disgusting amount of convoys because we have so much stuff over here. Would actually help if we could get log Ketso into the thing so we didn't have to come around these C nodes and we could instead connect through just these. Memskez is a thing. I don't think we need to necessarily damage relations to do that though, but let's upgrade all of our units. Could go for like dough rollers. Kind of tempted to go for arc welding here. Pneumatic tools is a fine enough tech as is. We already have macro. The only other thing we could go for is like tanks. But I already think we have a huge advantage with squad infantry, so not necessarily. I'd say it's even worse in Vic 3, they're so bad. Yeah, Madagascar is really bad starting tech. You're one of the alpha testers for it, the Vic 3 mat. It has a lot of cool stuff. When does it come out? What's the timeline? I know it's like, people are like rumbling about it, so I assume it's soon, but 230k people working in the rail system is a lot of employees. Yeah. Well, the way infrastructure is abstracted is a little bit weird. Finish up those construction sectors in a quick second, though. We see that we are running out of admin. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna find the place that has, like, a lot of tax deficit, and try and swap some of these onto telephone switchboards. If they still have a tax deficit. Trying to just solve that problem. We probably won't enforce banned slavery on II if we beat them, but... Abnar Vic 3 could single-handedly pop off on the channel. Abnar devs to save generalist gaming? I mean, kind of. My growth has been relatively flat. If there's a bunch of Abnar people that would just come over from EU4, that's potentially something. It's mostly playable now. I'd say the main thing is I needs to finish setting up the POPs region in Africa, so I imagine early next year. Just waiting on you, Svanka? And you're watching the stream? Instead of working on the mod? Shame. Just kidding. God, we're just barely running a shortage, man. That's triple the modern-day UK army, keeping the trains going in one of your states. Well, the people need to move around. I think it's like one of these states over here. This is starting to really, like, kind of drain our economy. The fact that our economic opportunities are over here. We really want, like, these POPs to just move over to here. We have a lot of places that are just really underpopulated. And then Whisker Fields, which has, like, all the population. I think earlier on when we used a migration attraction edict on Whisker Fields, that was actually just a huge error. To be fair, everyone's like kind of employed up in Whisker Fields. It's just like, if we look at the GDP map mode, it's Whisker Fields, baby. But it's also like this overseas area which has a ton of POPs that we're building in because it has a ton of POPs, but like, that puts like a huge strain on our convoy system because of port connections requirements. It's like kind of the classic of what happens with you in China if you're playing like the UK. But when you're playing the UK, eventually you just move your market capital to China after a certain point. Or technically you move it to like the place where Alaska and Asia connect. I think is the best spot. We'll bring that there because there will be a front splitting. Played the GitHub version, very stable, no crashes, played it just fine. Someone told me they thought that the devs would have a problem generally if I were to play the GitHub version. But maybe that's something to do. I think that the people want to Japan though. Any plans for Christmas? Nothing too crazy. Some friends are in town to visit their families, so probably hang out with them. Also, like, Christmas Day dinner with family. But other than that, nothing. Probably gonna stream after we get home from Christmas dinner or something. I don't know if Christmas is a really bad day or a really good day, or just, like, kind of a medium day when it comes to streaming. They need an anti-green new grass campaign, something to encourage the POPs to migrate out. We got the deportation edict, not like this. Deport all non-rats from Whisker Fields. They do want people to test it and give feedback, but do they want someone like making content on it? Yeah, it was me. You could always ask them if you could make some early access streams. It doesn't really crash or anything, just missing a region, a lot of placeholder stuff, and some goods not finished yet. Mappy will make everything not produced in that state more expensive. Yes. Wait, what does Connor say? What's wrong with having all the POPs in one state? Lack of resources? We would prefer them more evenly distributed other places. We have, like, this state, for example, which has a ton of oil rigs that can't deploy up, even though oil... Well, I guess oil's not that profitable, but actually part of this is, like, a market access problem that's being driven by the fact that... Okay, it looks like they're solving the market access problem, actually. But we have a ton of states that just don't have enough population to properly utilize the resources. And then we have, like, overseas states that will take a ton of convoys to connect the goods in, but they're the only states where we have available population. So, like, over here we have a bunch of available population, but this is, like, eating a ton of port connections. So all other things equal, we wouldn't really want to build here. On top of it's not fully incorporated yet, so we're not fully realizing taxes, but we're partially realizing taxes, so it's not that big a deal. But it's like the effect with like China that you get in like Vic 3, where like eventually if you're playing the UK, it's like you move your market capital to China or whatever. If I have railroads in every province, is it better to build motor industries in every province or only in good mappy provinces? Yes. I mean, it's you want to make it so if you're really only eating the mappy penalty once, or ideally 0 times. So if you're building in a place where there's a lot of consumption of motors, then you can build motor industries there. Or if you're building in a place where you have all the inputs for motors, you can build motors there to supply the rest of your market. But what you really don't want to do is you don't want to build motors in a place that doesn't have a lot of motor consumption and build more than the consumption if the state also doesn't have like the inputs for it. Just like generally speaking, even if that state has a manufacturing edict, it's still not going to feel tremendous. We don't micro this super hard. Mathematically, it might be better to do one over the other, like the demand side or the supply side. I imagine mathematically, because you are supplying stuff to your subjects and want to push throughput, maybe it's better to build in places where you have iron and coal specifically, or iron, coal, steel. I'm not 100% sure. My brother used to stream Embenar for EU4 back when it was like pre-Rahem. I do not know that Embenar like mod and lore very well. They want us to Theorol. We can maybe Theorol. We can maybe Theorol. Alright. Let's Theorol. Well, we are spending some of this to suppress. Let's stop suppressing this movement. I mean, there's a lot of resources up here, too. I think we specifically want to get more on the mainland, though. Trying to figure out where it is that we maybe want more props. I think we already have a decent amount of pops here. Yeah, 1 point. It's not like one of those places with like 100k. That like really need the help. I guess inner more wheels kind of maybe. It's already got one. Oh, Ashwick if we don't have one. Maybe this place is better actually because it's gonna have the Wishstone mines and a ton of iron. Yeah. We probably swap construction for migration, I guess. Damn. Our front gets bricked. It's kind of okay. Alright. That's the capital, that's what we'll go for. A weird capital, but okay. I think we'll just put everyone on defense so they don't actually push once they get there. Oh, but he's so cute. Let's let him push. He's not even tall enough. You know the Abenar lore better than IRL history? Yeah, but you're writing it, aren't you? If you're working on the mod. Weakest D&D enjoyer. You have so many movements? Yeah. We have a lot of people who are discriminated against and don't like it. To be fair, maybe we fix that now. Ah, we're not going to be generating loyalists anymore as much. So we kind of want to go multiculturalism. We're not going to have very good pass chances. I don't think we radicalize people super hard, though, going it. We could just try it. We've been suppressing the reactionary movement for some time. Maybe that's enough to like try and make this work. Yeah, the people are pretty okay with this right now. So maybe we get multiculturalism in. Really feels like we're not getting a lot of migration. Maybe the migration just uber pops off. Although maybe people just have closed borders. Yeah. Maybe start messing about with these countries down here. Specifically those. Or, I don't know. These guys are pretty strong in that region. How are we? We're doing pretty good. Just kind of testing out what size we get on streams if we stream in the middle of the week. Obviously we don't have like consistent time slots, so we're probably not going to get anywhere near as many as we get on like Saturdays. But I think we gotta, in terms of the channel, we have to overall change some things up a little bit. And so one of the things I'm curious on is maybe I should be streaming more rather than making more videos. I think this is probably not the case, but we're just kind of trying to figure that out. You're just a tester? Oh, I see. I see. Ugh. More PoE2 streams? PoE2 streams get like 5 to 10% of the total viewers. I'm not... See, the thing is, there's a lot of people way better at PoE2 than me. I think that... We could stream it more, though. PoE2... I mean, in terms of a category, if we ever want to stream Path of Exile, now's probably the time. Because there's a lot of interest in it. We'll get 1 billion viewers, promise. I don't know about that. What's the best way to make China change their migration laws? AI China? Oh yeah, that's right. We won't convert people if we go multiculturalism. What's this? See, the thing is, we're trying to get more migration, though. We're actually trying to solve problems in our country. Maybe that was our first mistake. We have really, like, underpopulated states. You can see the ones kind of around Whisker Fields are just, like, not very populated. And we, I don't know how we're supposed to solve this. Like, a lot of these don't have cultural communities, but the Edict helps to create cultural communities in addition to actually pulling pops. Okay, we do get a mass migration up here. So weekly migration 7K, which is going to be nice. There is a mouse folk cultural community, which is going to be important. Channel's fine. Vic 3 is niche. EU5 should bring more numbers. Well, I mean, more of a on a meta I mean, I think we're doing fine within the Vic3 community, but I'm saying, like, on the meta level of, like, the level of income I want for myself in, like, 5 years, the trajectory of the channel is, not... I'm basically... The growth of the channel right now is... Or, like, the views on the channel are basically, like, flat right now, with the exception of bumps. And I need growth if this is going to be, like, reasonable from, like, a career perspective, is what I mean. And so it also might mean making audience videos that are more for a generalized audience as well. Okay, so we're just looking where we have these, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna put down power block statues in these same states. Which should refund us some of that stuff. We're losing money, but man, we gotta, like, pause our own construction. Workforce ratio in theory is also going to help us, but... Also, I think that a lot of the EU5 viewership is just going to go over to the EU4 guys, more so than anything. PoE is great fun, but you're definitely in a saturated market. How long have you been YouTubing, streaming for? Well, I've been doing the gaming stuff for, like, 2 months, 1 to 2 months longer than Victoria 3's been out. Something like that. I started my Ideas YouTube channel several years ago, but, like, at the outset of that channel, I was very much not really caring about growth at all, or actually trying to, like, YouTube effectively, as much as I was forcing myself to have a higher fidelity. Like, I did almost entirely book review type things. I was forcing myself to have a higher fidelity of attention of when I was reading the books, as well as being better at organizing my thoughts, and also, at the time, I was trying to work on my voice. Those were the 3 things that were motivating me, more so than, like, actually trying to get something off the ground in YouTube. So, like, my very, like, original YouTube, like, on the Generalist Ideas channel, my very, like, original stuff is, like, not... You can tell, like, I'm just, like... The actual trying to make it grow and, like, do something like that, like, there's basically, like, 0 effort in that. Although now I think that might be, like... What I should do is I should pivot more to focusing on that channel and the lifting channel a little bit more. I heard it's more about time in the market than timing the market, something like that. Well, in terms of people who are filing Path of Exile right now, the people who are crushing in Path of Exile 2, in terms of views and subs and this type of stuff, like metrics of success, are the people... She's cautious, you say. Those types of people... She's cautious, you say. Have enormous shares of the PoE2 audience. So, like, it's not that much a leap to think that the EU4 audience, or the EU5 audience, is maybe mostly going to be captured by EU4 players. Exploit your cap for more views? No, never. She doesn't like getting picked up, otherwise I would show her to stream, but she doesn't. She's not into that. Have you even thought on making short-form videos with lots of cuts, like Ludiad Historia or OPB? I've thought about it. I would prefer to try and do that through an editor than me learning how to edit and spending, like, a lot of off time trying to acquire a skill, and get more efficient at that skill. I also think that, the more meme-oriented playthroughs, I'm talking more about, like, Ludi's style than OPB's. I don't know OPB's style as well. Might be, like, alienating towards my current audience as well. Hey, Sayusa, thank you for the raid. How's your stream? Were you playing Vic 3? I know you built your a brand as a min-maxer, but just thought I don't even really fully min-max. I just try and understand the game at a deep level. Like, the actual execution of min-max is super tedious, and I don't really do it. There's huge leaks in almost all of my runs in terms of playing, like, absolutely perfectly. But I try and understand, like, the systems at a deeper level, which to me is interesting. But the actual execution of it is a little bit less. Like, there's, like... evening, gentlemen. What are we getting canceled for today? Oh, you missed it. The earlier in the stream, there was someone who, like, here, I'll read out like what he wrote. He was very upset about the stream the other day where we talked about gender a little bit. He's like, "Hi, generalist." In scare quotes, 40% of us think that there are more than two genders. End quote. Gaming. I watch your VODs and I never really comment online on anything, but I just wanted to say your community, and the people who play this game are disgusting. Out of touch leftists. Thanks and bye. And then his username is WhiteGod88. Which, if I'm not mistaken, isn't 88 associated with something? Here, let's see. Ah! It's short for Heil Hitler. Yeah. So maybe White God 88 is not someone we exactly want to cater to anyway. So, yeah. Playing Vic 3 perfectly do be a pain. Yeah, it is, and it's all really, really, really marginal, too. Like, you're acquiring this, like, sliver of an edge, which, to be fair, is going to snowball over the course of the entire game, but doing stuff like, so, for example, let's say we wanted to, like, build iron in a state, and then, let's say we want to build iron in this state here, right? And we want to build 5 iron, but we also want to build, I think this is over here. I think this is not a very smart place to build right now, but we're just going to roll with it, okay? Let's say we want to build iron there, but let's say we also want to build steel there. And we just like, okay, we'll build 5 iron, and then we'll build a couple steel, and that'll be fine. What we actually should be doing if we're min-maxing is we should be weaving these. Which is like, we should build 2 iron, then 1 steel, then 2 iron, then 1 steel, then an iron, something like this. In terms of absolute maximizing the profitability of these buildings over the course of time. Bro, I do not have the attention span to, like, do this. I'm not interested. There's one person who did, like, an uber sweaty EU4 run. Let's see if we can pull it up. I think it was Lambda.
On March 26th.
So let's go.
I'm Emily.
Video.
I'm 36 years old.
No, not Emily, who's 36 years old with the advertisement. Not like this. We don't have YouTube, whatever, Prime or whatever. Okay, so just wheel quick. This video here, the EU4 one-tack World Conquest. This video is like so min-maxed, and I think about this every time I think about uber min-maxing. You can find Lambda AXX.
Obtaining military hegemon in 1461, creating a massive HRE incorporating most of Asia and Africa, spending a fortune maintaining way too many colonies, and ending with a boom. So, how is this done? What tricks and exploits were used? What even is it?
But he goes into it, he explains it, and he basically spends 15 minutes on each day. 15 minutes on each day in EU4. To be fair, I mean, and this is the fastest world conquest, and it's also the slowest world conquest, because in terms of IRL time, absolute slowest. It was good getting some Hoey achievements. Very nice. Very nice. I don't think I see you stream Hoey that often. You missed the gender discussion? You did miss the gender discussion. Basically. Also, I was super tired during that, and I was like really just like struggling really hard because I was trying not to like misspeak in any sort of way, and it was like big rough. 888 is not so good. Sounds like the guy doesn't lift to me. He might lift. Let's not drag someone through the mud just because they're a Nazi. He might live. No, but like, I prefer to criticize people for the thing that is that they are definitely like if someone's unattractive and then they're like also like let's say a bigot, which is generally something I don't like. I don't like to criticize them because they're unattractive, even though I don't like them because they're a bigot. You just like, you gotta be targeted. So like, maybe he doesn't lift. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Nazi dog whistle, yeah. The German artists don't say it. Yeah, that's true. Was it a YouTube user or Twitch user? It was a YouTube user. It's the YouTube side. So the Twitch users want to say the YouTubers are out of line. To be fair, the guy who was like super out of line during that stream, I think was on YouTube as well. Missed a good battle of 200 authority moves, so to say, yeah. The concert was interrupted. Does it really matter with that much construction, though? It does matter. It matters more in the early game, but that you're doing a weave matters. It matters because these are not finishing on the same... They're not finishing on the same week. Yeah. I feel like this is the identity era where all the people are... all the Dragon... Where are all the... Identify era where are all the Dragonkin people now? I think they're mostly over here. You can look at the culture map mode. I don't think we have spread our rats as much as we would have liked. That we don't have memorized where the culture button is. Maybe a bit of a problem. Look, mouse folk is only in 3 states. You hate to see it. Yeah, we can't... The problem is we can't convert people if we go multiculturalism. Or we can't, That's gonna make a bunch of groups angrier, but we're gonna go with this instead. I don't know. I don't lift it, I have noodle arms, but there's a gym your stepdad built. What tips can you give me that's for someone who's never stepped foot in a gym before? So resist the urge. So this is the unfun advice. Going really, really, really hard is not anywhere near as important as being consistent over a long period of time. The way that you get really big or really strong, whichever you're training for, is by stringing together multiple training cycles, like 12-week training cycles, in which you are consistent and you don't get injured. And then on top of that, you also eat with deliberate, intent. And so these 3 things are really unsexy, but they're the really important things. And so I would say that, just trying to learn the movements and slowly ramp up is probably fine. You don't need to go in and blast it. I would recommend trying to find a workout where you could probably work out your entire body. If you're a complete beginner, you could work out your entire body each day. Each day that you work out, if you work out 3 or 4 times a week. And so I would recommend doing one pushing motion, like bench press or dumbbell bench press or dips or something like this. One pulling motion, like bent over rows or lat pull downs. And one more leg-oriented motion, preferably squats. And there's not really a substitute I would recommend other than squats. Learning these movements, picking weights that are fairly easy to you, but trying to go heavier every single week, so you can do the same weight throughout an entire session. If you are brand new, you can probably go heavier every session, but picking something that is really easy initially, and then slowly ramping up, and then doing something like 5 sets of 8 start with 3 sets of 8 or 2 sets of 8, or 8 to 12 for these movements, and then eventually ramp up to 5. And That'll be 15 sets, which should be one that is pretty manageable, easy to recover from, and isn't gonna like make you a lot less motivated. Twitch users are also morally superior and lift more. This might be true. One day we'll have to find out. We'll have to have a lift off between the two groups. Oh, we have so much investment pool, dogs. The real problem is also our investment pool. Oh wow, it's actually using 75%. That's shocking. I didn't expect it to be using 75%. That's crazy. But we're gonna be getting this blubber. Write a routine and then do the routine. Consistency is number one. Yeah, basically. Another annoying thing is you have to do perfect road maintenance in all your states you're building it. Yeah, so this is another min-max that's like super sweaty. It's like, in theory, you should actually be moving around the road maintenance decree for 10% state construction efficiency. And it's like, bro, I do not want to do that. I'm not trying to do what Lambda did, like, and like actually pip like a specific thing and be like, look guys, I did the best way ever, come at me, bro. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'd rather be focused on deeper dive tutorials than like perfect execution of a thing. Habit building is the key to working out, and that's the one thing I struggle with personally. Yeah, I mean, that's the sucky thing. We haven't been that consistent recently because, like, I haven't, like, seen a doctor for, like, 7 years, but the fact that, like, there's something wrong with, like, my collarbone, it made me see the doctor for the first time in forever, and I basically haven't been able to, like, fully, like, lift for, like, several months, and so consistency's been really hard for me. But I'm just, like, I don't know, I should just suck it up. But I'm expressing that I struggle with it as well, but also not... I shouldn't... Yeah, never mind. I shouldn't provide the explanation / excuse for why. I'm just not as consistent as I should be, so it's definitely a thing. We can put down one more edict if we have a cheaper price on the edict. So I think what we're going to do is in Ashwick, we're also going to add one of these power block statues. So an ambitious ruler would be really nice right now. Getting a gym bro really helps. Yeah, someone to hold you accountable, either a training partner or like a personal trainer can help out a lot. And I'm not saying it always helps out a lot, or that, like, so for example, it would even be like somewhat reasonable for me to hire a personal trainer, even though I might know more than the personal trainer that I'm training with, just for the purposes of consistency and motivation. Which is kind of a weird thing to think about, but like, if I like, if it makes the difference between me going to the gym or not going to the gym, the fact that I have an appointment set up with someone, then like, yeah. How do you like the better politics mod that you played a while back? I like it quite a lot. Or, well, I net like it. If I... No, I think I like it quite a bit. It's just... I think it's an improvement over vanilla. I don't know how big an improvement I think it is. So, it's weird to express how much I like it, I guess. But I do think it's an improvement over vanilla. I think it's fairly significant. Where are these guys at? Oh, that's right. We were trying to get them in our power block. So that we could eventually subjugate them with our power block interaction. And restore our shame, or undo our shame. I mean, at this point, we probably have enough economy to actually just go ballistic and run over everyone, but we're not going to do that. You should probably get that shoulder checked out, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting it. I've gotten it. I've gotten an X-ray. I have a follow-up with the doctor on the 2nd. But that's incidentally, that's why I got the sleep study done as well. The sleep study is actually probably going to be more important for me in terms of overall health. As a beginner, do you think I should buy the game along with some DLC? No. I think you should buy the game and then decide if you like it. The DLC doesn't really lock features that are super, super important, especially for a beginner. And so I would recommend buying the game, deciding if you like it or not, and then if you like it, maybe investing in some DLC. Some of the DLC is also not tremendously important. We're just going to choose this one. We want some more enactment chance. Like, the latest DLC, from a gameplay perspective, is maybe not that important. It depends on what type of budget you're on. But I think if you like the game, even if the DLC is not, like, worth it, you should consider supporting the game anyways. But if you don't... If you're new to the game, you don't really know if you like it, I would not necessarily recommend pushing for the DLC, yeah. By the way, is it a valuable strat to enforce investment rights alongside treaty ports on countries? Generally not worth the infamy. Unless you're trying to conduct this very specific type of strategy. I can't think of a strategy off the top of my head where I would think that investment rights are really worth it. I guess investment rights on someone you have a treaty port with is maybe okay. But I think the only one worth really getting a treaty port on is probably Qing, maybe Japan. I recommend it with DLC, but it's so much worse to understand. Yeah. Greater Flussum. But feels like we have a little bit. We do like construction sector throughput. I think we're already on everything being hardwood focused. But generally when that tech gets researched, I swap everything over to hardwood focus. Because that increases hardwood, just to be clear, it increases hardwood output. Although even if it was hardwood throughput, it would still make it better, but it makes that so that focused hardwood production is actually a more efficient PM. Sawmills is another one that kind of makes you want to switch everything over to hardwood production a little bit more. Let's see if we can do some of that as well. To help regulate the price a little bit. Kind of coming up in SOL here, and that's before we even get graduated taxation in. I guess we could look at the places we don't have a lot of migration attraction, but I don't know why we don't have I mean, this place is considered a low migration attraction? I don't know, man. Is it really that hard to get mass migrations without multiculturalism now? This isn't something we've super tested. We also are not on total separation, which is maybe what we want to be on. It would help us to get these guys powerful for bigger propagandists. At the same time, we kind of do want the birth rate modifier. Minus the education access kind of feels bad, man. This isn't coming up as a result of that, but... Still not draining the investment pool. I wish there was like some heuristic for using labor saving PMs where you could specifically swap them over in areas where You don't have available labor. I don't think we have like a blubber shortage, so we're not going to do anything there. I don't think we have the blubber. I think that and furniture are the most efficient rotary valve engines, if I recall correctly. That one's really inefficient, so we're not going to turn on rotary on either of these. I think rotary is efficient, if I recall correctly, on both of these. So... 5 tools, 5 of that. I guess that's okay. We're like kind of out of pops, so this will help out a little bit. Conveyor belts, 5 tools, and that's it. That's pretty good. That seems pretty good too. Yeah, we're just getting a little bit more aggressive with this. With these labor-saving PMs. Another thing I want to do on the channel is do a Civ 6 run sometime soon. I think we're just going to push rail transport everywhere and then try and just deal with the fallout of it. This just produces more fabric, right? Maybe I'm not understanding that. Grow Weaver seems best. I think that we want Steam Donkey, yes, because we're industrial more so than magical. Sadly, the truth hurts. I think that those places might not, well, maybe they can support this. Who knows? And then here, we want to be using tools chains rather than gizmos. Because we have Tools Company and inputs for Tools Company, but we're going to swap up to Steam Donkeys and rail transport. And kind of just everywhere, we're really going to start pushing labor saving. I think we can prioritize the dye stuff. Ethereal vacuums, sign me up. Ghostbusters. Alright. So this is swapping tools for gizmos. We don't really want to do that. Veil Ripper away. Some of these just sound so metal in terms of their name. Definitely want something that gives more gold output. Oop, archaeological dig site. We can use labor-saving PMs. We want to use Steam Donkey because it's an industrial kind of chain rather than the other one. And so we will have created a ton of unemployment, but that's okay. Yeah, everyone needs a little unemployment sometimes. Can't swap all that over. Wonder what our unemployment we created is. So we created unemployment of 164K, so this is the amount of labor we kind of saved. Probably, because I don't think we had any before. Chat later? Okay, okay. So, kind of deep here. Pretty sure grad tax is just worse than prop tax right now, because the bug of financial districts paying absurd wages. I thought they fixed that. That was on for the release, right? But I thought they fixed that. Does seem a tad high in the wages. Right? This isn't something I've taken a close look at, but that might make sense. Yeah, clerks here get paid 10. And then the clerks in the financial districts getting paid 25. So it's eating into the profitability. I mean, it's still going to... the point is that they're not... The dividends that's going to reinvestment is not as high as it should be, but like it's still going to target a little bit better who we want to tax. I still think we want to go graduated because we're even running lower tax bracket anyways. And so we could just increase taxes after going proportionate if we want. We're graduated. Gotta go now. I'll message you on Discord. Yep, yep. This game could use automation for PMs. This mod specifically is a little rough. It's, that's another time-consuming min-max. Different PMs in every state. Yeah, so this is like, we definitely are running transportation shortages in a bunch of places now. And electricity shortages, and it's like, well, we have the electricity on auto-expand in most places, so to try and handle that, but I really hate local goods, though. I think that they're bad from a gameplay perspective. I'm just, like, super not feeling it. Civ 6, interesting. Never vibed with Civ 6. Honestly, never moved past Civ 4, although I do like Civ 5. Never moved past it. Yeah, the unit stacking thing. It's harder to get mass migrations than Exther. My guess is there's less provinces with terrible SOL or overcrowding for pops to migrate or wanting to move out of. That makes sense, too. I mean, a lot of stuff is a lot more balanced to you, rather than, like, trying to represent, like, manifest, like, issues. We have, like, really high SOL. This is us, too, up here. So, like, we have high SOL and we're encouraging mass migration, but we're still not getting them, and other people are. Because I'm guessing they're less discriminated where they're headed. Don't be too hard on your journalists. I think you're industrialist and magical. I appreciate it. But maybe we're magical because we're hard on ourselves. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we probably are too hard on ourselves, generally. But it's hard to identify specific points at which you're like, okay, I'm being too hard on myself. It's like one of the difficulties. Let's switch that to telephone switchboards. I think for a long time now, generally prop tax gives more money. Yes, the graduated taxation, but it levels out from SOL for lower strata, from lower income tax in grad. Yeah, so this is like the reason to do it. Generally speaking, you make more on proportional taxation, but I think Connor's point is that there's like a certain threshold where you just prefer getting more money, right? Where the SOL trade-off is just not worth it. And because they're paying too much out to wages of the pops and ownership buildings, too much of the dividends that are getting transferred to the building, that it's possibly passing that threshold. I run no local good mod since day one. Can't be bothered with micro. Yeah. I think if we didn't make tutorials for the game, we'd probably be running the same thing. I could get why transportation is a local good. But you can transport electricity to some extent. They should rework that. Kind of. The technology available to transport electricity during the era couldn't even transport electricity half the distance of a singular state. So, like, this works a lot better for explaining in vanilla, because we can, like, zoom in on New York and be like, you can't even transport half this distance. But if you can't transport, like, half the distance of the state, it maybe doesn't make sense for you to be able to transport to a different state, in my opinion. I think transportation maybe even makes more sense, and services make more sense than electricity. But my point is, I don't care that electricity shouldn't be able to be transported across states. I would want the gameplay to be more streamlined over simulating that realism. BIGotry, hell yeah, brother. We trying. We're still not draining the pool. God, the pool's just growing to infinity. Hopefully that ended up being in the capital. We didn't really check. Yeah, it did. Cool beans. I guess it matters less if we're... Well, we want the construction as part of it. In theory, you're actually, like, in terms of min-maxing, you're probably not supposed to finish the skyscraper. You're supposed to, because as long as it's not finished, we're gonna do a trade route volume. As long as it's not finished, you get construction efficiency in the capital. Playing Austria, you get a random market liberal in 42. This one's gonna be a fun run. Nice. Nice. I think you can force corn laws as Austria. I'm not 100% sure on that. Is local goods like services and transport an archaic thing from before MAPI? No, the conception of a local good doesn't really exist without MAPI. But what transportation, services, and electricity were before MAPI was they were market goods, so you could not export them. But an electric place in New York could supply electricity for Australia if it was inside the same market. Also, markets aren't this thing quite anymore like they used to be. Vidrilla and Pocket Mon 809, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Feels like Mappy is good enough to push for local production. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be... Like, what I think they should do is they should make an electricity a good that is... They should have goods that have different levels of Mappy interference. And the interference on transportation and electricity should maybe... They should maybe get minus 10 or 20 or 30% Mappy or something like this. Such that you want to build it locally, but you don't get uber punished if you don't. It's construction sector throughput, not a construction sector efficiency, pretty sure. I'm not sure which modifier you're referring to. Being construction sector throughput. I'm not sure what I said that it is you're responding to exactly. Looks like we upset somebody. Could we really establish colonies where... Oh, okay, fair. How are we doing in this colonization game? We're doing okay. Looks like. My brain is super blanking on what I'm trying to do here. That's right. I wanted to come in here and switch this on the telephone switchboards. And eventually we'll get to the point where everything needs to be on telephone switchboards. Maybe we're approaching that already. We could swap everything to telephone switchboards and then we could delete stuff that is producing gratuitous amounts. Actually, that's probably the way to approach this right now. I think we could also just let the buildings employ up a little bit and maybe our administration problem gets solved anyways. But considering they reduced the cost of these to 100, us having to delete a whole bunch isn't too bad. So maybe that's what we should do. We're gonna try that. Oh, it doesn't even produce that much of surplus. Yeah, fair. I think we'll just be okay with that. Oh, there's so many PMs that changed. This is like one thing I don't like about this mod specifically. Is when you research a technology, it feels like you have so many PMs to swap and to check. I guess these would have all been rural, so we could have sorted by rural. Let's also just incorporate everything. Mass migration there without incorporation status feels bad, man. These leaks. This is going to be incorporated soon, which is kind of going to be a big deal for us. For the skyscraper, is it really throughput? I thought it was efficiency. That's my bad then. Maybe we should be getting it right now. We could check. Oh, you're right. It's throughput. I still think it's probably better than the... I still think throughput's probably better. But it's a lot more marginal. Because throughput still gives you a slight amount of construction efficiency. Wait, why do we have so much throughput? Wait, were we getting economies of scale off the construction sectors? Alright, weird. I guess arc building's kind of going to be a big deal for us, though. Because it turns on 2 PMs. It's the problem with Vic 3 in general IMO. The PM micro is just silly. Why am I the all-knowing god above microing how people make their goods in each state? Also, so there was an aspect of why Great Britain, I always say UK, but the UK is like actually not referring to the right thing. There's a reason why Great Britain fell off in the later half of the 19th century, and that is because they had built a whole bunch of industrial goods and mines and stuff like this with old technology, like with water tube boilers. And then it was too cost prohibitive to upgrade to the new technology rather than starting a new thing with the better technology. And so all the other areas ended up having better industrial products as time went on because they implemented with better technology, and the UK was doing technology that was behind the times. And so the UK fell off industrially, and they became like solely exporters of freight and finance. Rather than industrial goods like they were in the beginning of the 19th century. Because they were the first ones on the scene. But the fact that there should actually be a cost to swapping PMs, you know, and there's no cost. But like moving from water tube boilers to like a compression ignition, like that absolutely would cost a lot of money to change the way your mine is mining. So, I mean, maybe the trade route competitiveness is better, though. The thing is, I don't want to micro the skyscraper to the back of the queue over and over and over again, which is what you would have to do to maintain the throughput. But having the throughput specifically where you have, like, a manufacturing edict on the construction sector, I think is... Like, the throughput is better in a state where I have this than any other state, right? So... Of our GDP, like a third of it is in the capital. I mean, Whisker Fields is absolutely insane. No state, 25 million pops. So we're losing a little bit more money now. We could do something like raise taxes if we want. I'm not sure it's necessary though. We'll see. You don't have to have the building in the queue for the bonus, are you sure? You used to. Or maybe it's you have to click the event. Alright, well, we're just not going to build it. Shout out to Whisker Fields. I don't think it makes sense to build it. Bonus on construction sectors is from the skyscraper event modifier on the state. You get after the survey is complete. Can't remember if it lasts till the skyscraper is built or permanent. I mean, how I remember, which this was like forever ago, was that it would go away when you built it, and it would only work while you were building it. But if it works just by us having it, we're just never going to actually... I don't think it makes sense for us to do anything. Especially with our situation, so... This will give us a lot more pops as well. That's kind of currently our problem. We're growing the pops so freaking fast, though, with food. 3. We don't have any available mandate. Eventually, I think we do want to get off of construction 1. Construction's... Seeing as we're kind of out of pops, construction's a little bit less useful for us. Also, it's a little bit worse based on us getting throughput from economies of scale, which is kind of weird to do, but... We'll also make the edicts cheaper there. I guess we could try and cause a lot of turmoil somewhere. I mean, we're about to cause it for Yulong Authority. We'll see what they do. I think we're maxed out on institutions, kinda. I guess we wouldn't mind Social Security level 2. Do we have any pops starving? I think we probably don't, but... No, not really. In theory, we should delete some of our government things that are over-providing bureaucracy at this point, because we're on the latest PM. Why is Thassa Risia so weak this round? Thassa who? These guys? I mean, I think they're fairly strong. We've also meddled a little bit over here. That could be a cause of stuff not lining up the way it's supposed to. Ravik is looking weird, man. I guess we wanted to go for Bloodthorn. We could subjugate them. Or we could just take states off of them. They're unrecognized, so... The government throughput from the skyscraper is better than the construction sector throughput if bureaucracy is the bottleneck rather than tax capacity, I think. Bureaucracy is not the bottleneck for us, though. But maybe, yeah. Probably depends on if we have peasants or not. Right now, construction's not all that valuable because we don't have a lot of peasants. We don't have a ton of available employment in the capital, right? So the construction in the capital is not worth as much. Because if we look at the population, like, we just don't have available guys there. So, have you tried the Basilia Romeon mod? No, we've not. Hey, Gold Turtle, how's it going? Ravik is clearly in a death spiral. They're expanding though. They didn't used to have this. They just believe in the worst border. They've also taken this. They're coming up. They just like have the worst AI border guard I've ever seen. Well, not the worst, but like the worst this run, I guess. Ravik's doing okay. That's the horrifying thing. That's what haunts us. Yeah, we keep... I'm hoping that we maybe can unleash the investment pool a little bit better. You know what? Our private queue is probably actually building a lot in foreign countries, actually, now that I think about it. That's probably where all of our queue is. That makes sense. Hell yeah, brother. We're gonna get these guys back. Our shame shall be transmuted into success. God, that place keeps rebelling. Maybe we annex it. Yeah, but they lost their homelands. Did they start with somehow? Like the only two countries that seem in good shape, other than you, are Demonia and Flossum. We don't think Arador is in good shape? And Thural? Flossum's doing well, though. Yeah, I agree. We're also not being as I don't think I can't recall the last time I used the UI that way. You also have to, I guess you also have to consider the opportunity cost of the actually building the skyscraper. Which is not that big relative to the size of our construction, but it might be better for us to just build more buildings. They're all just passive because you took their only way of expansion. Same with Arador. Oh, okay. Let's try to improve some relations, eh? Although we can't get bankrolled. Can't get bankrolled anyways. I mean, in theory, I think we're supposed to turn and burn. We could prep for turning and burning. Like normally, Thural goes over and rolls Flossum and Imperal, but they're too afraid of you to want to mess with Imperal and too weak for Flossum. So the most they did was a vassal, a bunch of orcs in the middle. Makes sense. Update 1947, and Prussia's your protectorate. Now I'm solving the Holstein question. That should be fairly straightforward at this point. I think we start exempting these guys from service, to be honest. And these guys are the ones who keep revving, so I think we maybe just want to annex them to get them to stop doing that. Not my gumdrop buttons. We won that battle, right? Yeah, we did. Alright. I mean, I was thinking we probably shouldn't be losing battles, but yeah, 85 against 37, you don't say. Oh, looks like our subject can even land. Yikes. Oh no, we're losing so much money. Arc welding, I think, is just going to be super big for us. Or we can rethink our Arcana cards, too. You know, we don't really need the state construction efficiency, or it's not anywhere near as good anymore as it was before. Although we want to be sure we know what we want to get instead. Pollution effects reduction might be good. Don't we already have minus 100% mortality? Or is that just in the job? Minus unsafe working conditions, and this is just minus mortality. So, with the additional pollution effects reduction would make it so that we don't suffer pollution at all. Currently we're suffering 15% of this effect, but it's bugged. And that's 7.5% mortality. That's a lot of mortality. So I'm kind of leaning towards taking this out and putting this in. We'll continue looking. Extra mass migration attraction and migration quota are kind of the other one. Let's take a look at Faye. I don't think we really need the birth rate. Assimilation and conversion are like super RP, like in terms of their actual usefulness. Let's discard this. Bro, we can't play something immediately? Or, oh, it has to update? Yeah, okay. And let's get this. I think that's gonna help us to have a lot more pops. Minus 100% pollution impact is also just super nice. We have 0 effective pollution. Is Tar loser here? Wait, what? Oh, look, Kagito. Yeah, so I thought your behavior the other day was inappropriate. I'm just permabanning you. Like, you just spammed a bunch of sexual stuff on my... my stuff. What have we been? But yeah, we just want you permabanned. Is that how we do that? So... Like, in terms of, I don't want a bunch of sexual stuff scrolling across the top of my bar, right? That, like, impedes my ability to, like, monetize my videos, and it, like, doesn't add anything substantive. I also don't want people, like, impersonating other people on my channel. So, who is responsible that's in chat right now? Because I imagine there's a reasonable chance this guy makes another account just to troll. Because that's what he did before. guess I don't really want to give too many people mod. I was meaning to give... There's 2 other people I was meaning to give mod, but... Yeah. That was the guy that impersonated you earlier this week. See you, loser? Yeah. Basically. I think hide users the way you ban people from YouTube. Okay. Yeah, like the UI was like a little weird. I think he might have deleted his message so that we couldn't bop him. So I don't see it in the YouTube chat. I'm responsible. Yeah. Cute. Says their messages will be hidden. Alright, you guys let me know if his messages are popping up. You couldn't give a rat's ass about your ban? Well, you're typing about it, so... Seems you care to some extent. I mean, I think you just want to try and provoke certain types of reactions. And that you're probably like 12 or something. Because the amount of like time and lack of better things to do you have to do to like make accounts and like troll people is like pretty high. And the entire point is like producing a particular emotional response. So what happened after 0% veil integrity? You get a lot more events. You get a lot more harvest conditions that are related to magic. So we see that there's a ton of harvest conditions coming up. And so like some ones that are affecting us, rainfall is kind of an enormous one, but death hounds, for example, which is giving minus adventure coverage in a pretty significant way, which decreases SOL. Acid rain, I think, is a magical one. And so this negatively impacts the earth. Why don't we take a look at the questing office? And look for places that have a combination of negative coverage and pops available to work. Oh, they just have a ton of pops available to work. Well, that's fine enough. Kind of have pops. Sad thing is he might not even be 12, he might be a full grown-up. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the larger point for me is I just can't have, like, someone spamming a bunch of stuff when the chat appears up here. That's, like, not appropriate, so... like, I don't really care that he had a different perspective. Or that, I mean, I care a little bit that he was insulting other people, but it's like a kind of a bit of a different thing. Our SL is so high, we're not getting that much migration. No. I think the minus mortality rate is going to be a big deal, though. Our annual projected pop growth is 2 million. We don't pay enough attention to this number. Oh, now we have to swap over so many PMs here. Electric engine is going to be a pretty big deal. I think that's the only one that we have to swap over in there. And then, wait, we're not using rail transport here? Yikes. There we go, refrigerated rail cars. Pretty sure the second PM's better. It's better in vanilla. I guess we didn't double check the PM here. I'm not sure we even want to use electric fences. Let's make everything barbed wire, and then we will be swapping more things over. 1.6 is pretty typical pop growth once you have healthcare and stuff. Yeah, I didn't think it was too crazy. That's a little weird though, because we have a quarter of our pops in here. It might just be the tooltip actually doesn't comport with what's actually going on. I thought it was a little under 1.6%, but like a fifth of our pop is in Whisker Fields, getting 25% extra pop growth. Oh no, this one's already fine. But the guy hasn't chatted since we did the thing, so I think we've banned him successfully. As long as he doesn't make alts, which... You sure we don't need refrigeration for the archaeology pieces? You think a 12-year-old Annie would know what a tariff is? Well, I mean, I don't think in the abstract you could not teach a 12-year-old what a tariff is. I suppose that's a question of, do I think they would know? I think a 12-year-old that has an interest in Victoria 3 is extremely likely to know what a tariff is, actually. I think we're just gonna bite the bullet and try and incorporate that. And then also, is Mr. Pixel just an alt for this guy? Also, if he's a 12-year-old or if he's a 14-year-old and we're mincing about him being a 12-year-old, the general point of him being younger, like, stands. Is it 25%? I thought it was 5 or 10. No, it's a really big number of pop growth, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's 15%. So it's not 25%. You think a 12-year-old knows what U.S. politicians as a non-American and can explain what effects tariffs will have? Think again, buddy. Sounds like you're just an alt account. No, so what makes me think that this person is immature / young is that it is somehow worth their time to just try and repeatedly make accounts and try and chat, like, to try and prove a point. Like, the fact that they care enough to, like, try and prove a point in this way, or to try and intentionally annoy people to get a rise out of them, is like some middle school type of, like, attitude. Is why, in terms of, like, me actually trying to explain it to you. And, again, if it's, like, a 16-year-old, the point is the mark of immaturity, not the exact precise predictor of age. I don't think most adults know what a tariff is, true. I mean, Oh, a lot of people think, that, or like enough people in America think that the other country pays the tariff, which isn't how that works. So, we get the Nimbia, whatever thing. We're just gonna trust in the constructors of the PMs that these PMs are better rather than actually doing the math to like ensure that they're better. Back in my day, 12-year-olds all knew about macroeconomics. Back in the good old days. We might have to raise taxes here. I'm 21 and probably have an higher IQ than both you and Musulman. Yeah, so now we're getting a little bigoted here. My point... 21, by the way, is, in my opinion, still like a relatively immature age. So... I think you probably need better things to do with your time. I'm also gonna ban you again, because, like, ban evading is... And if you think it's worth your time to keep making accounts, I guess I'll keep banning you. And, like, if you think you're going to convince me that you're mature after how you behaved on Monday by, like, trying to appeal to some sense of knowledge and trying to say you're smarter than me, good luck, bud. Good luck. Bro, bro, the internet's huge. Go find your people. You don't even necessarily have to, like, find your people. It's just, like, in a public, like, sector, like, you have to behave a particular way. Your comments show up on my, like, here. Up here for me. And you have to be able to occupy, like, the position of, like, what another person's, like, thinking, right? If my videos could get taken down as a consequence of, like, someone's chatting. I think we maybe just take this. I think this state's really good if I recall correctly. Oh, then we lose all these companies effectively. Wow, why do they only have 5 levels, though? I mean, the state's real good. It's also contiguous. Might be better just to, like, take it. I know we're trying to expand authority, but... It will be a huge chunk of infamy, though. We could subjugate with the, like, actual plan of annexing them. Oh. I mean, I think we have a lot of people we want to try and annex them, though. Yeah, the eating the penalty because you annex them is, like, so big. Maybe since they're just one state, it's better that we just take them out. Because we need to annex these guys. In which case we just want to chill for a little bit. Asmongold says that if you find a troll and ban him and never talk about him, otherwise you'll need to feed him the problem even more. Yeah, I mean, I'm aware that my continuing to talk about him, like, to some extent, resolves his objective of, like, trying to provoke response. But yeah, I suppose there's not much point in me trying to engage with him and trying to convince him of something, either. Which is that, like, I suppose to some extent I am trying to convince him that he should reflect on how he spends his time. And even if he doesn't like me or what he thinks I stand for, any of this type of stuff, that, like, even then, like, he could probably spend his time more productively for, like, whatever it is that he values. You know, than, like, trying to, like, engage in it. Why haven't you taken Small Shore? Also, maybe don't talk about maturity while you play a game about the cute mouse empire. It's a video game, man. Although one problem is I can't tell which accounts are his alts, so... At least for a hot second. We're coming up here. Did we pass another threshold where we came back above 90? No, we didn't. Where are we generating loyalists from? Is this from SOL increases? I guess it's probably from SOL increases. So it's kind of... No? I'm not sure our SOL has come up. Is this really just from... But we haven't entered a higher legitimacy bracket. Color me confused. I don't understand why we're generating loyalists here. Are these guys not connected to the market? No. Wayfair Meadows. We'll put down a power block statue. Oh, we're currently building one. Let's look at what these are for. This is something I think that I really have to try and understand better. I think really trying to eliminate the below expected is important. Minus from pops dying and other reasons. Another alt. Yeah, that's what I suspect. Between Eridor and Terrafat is some small nations which are insane in terms of pops and GDP. These ones in here? Interesting. It's a dumbass mod is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I think you're just an alt. Having fun is dumb. We're all serious serials here. Yeah. Such a high IQ take. I'm surprised by your raw intelligence. I have a higher IQ than you is such a asinine thing to say. I mean, it might be true. I don't know what his IQ is. But it's you're just gonna say a number, and then I can say a number if I want. And it's just this stupid thing where either one of us could lie about it because it's the internet. You have to address what someone's saying and actually argue why it's wrong if you want to appear intelligent on the internet. Also, there's a fundamental asymmetry in that I could talk faster than you could type, and I could also just keep banning you. So the even if I'm operating in good faith, which isn't necessarily the case, right? Or a content creator, in this case me. There's a certain asymmetry that just makes it a poor engagement anyways, for actually trying to argue. But you're not actually trying to argue points, you're just trying to say negative things because you want to get a rise out. You're trying to get a reaction, which is something a middle schooler would do. It's the middle schoolers that were mean to other kids or the kids who were mean to other kids were super popular in middle school because everyone thought it was funny, but then you get to high school and no one thinks it's funny anymore. Actually, that's not true. People still think it's funny, but the numbers go down. And you realize you don't even want to really associate with the people who think it's funny anyways. IQ is 9,000. Yeah, Connor wins. 9 million IQ. Do you have multiculturalism already? We decided we didn't. We're trying to turn everyone into rats, and we can't. The problem with multiculturalism is if we go multiculturalism, we can't convert people to rats anymore. So, this is the problem. We need to stay on cultural exclusion, because if we go multiculturalism, we won't be able to assimilate. Oh, this allows assimilation for second-class citizens, but the problem is under multiculturalism, yeah, okay, that's what under multiculturalism, everyone can become full acceptance, I think. Or did we misevaluate? Also, making fun of someone for playing a game when you're spending your time watching them play the game is also kind of silly. 75 acceptance from culture. Yeah, so just the acceptance, that plus religion will be enough to bring them over. Freedom of conscience or whatever. So if they get converted religiously, we won't be able to convert them culturally. Connor also cheesing the IQ test. What are you talking about? Legitimate. As long as the Iron Man IQ, as long as the achievement IQ is still present, IQ is legitimate. Everyone knows the rules. Remember, chat, painting your marble statue in bright contrasted colors is woke. Yes, I remember when the Greeks were woke. To be fair, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Greeks like would be highly offensive to like both the left and the right of the United States today. It's kind of an amusing thing. Bro, the Demonian Empire is so strong. What's cute is these guys will give us the state anyways. Oh, they'll give us that state. We could liberate subject and start to eat up Arador, I suppose. We suggested that we start going into here. We could liberate these guys. I think we just don't want to get involved. That's why I only paint things black, because I'm an angry, serious, tough fellow. Make everyone the rats. All the reels. He wins. Eredor apparently has unique companies. That's right. Is that tied to the country itself? That's one of the reasons they're doing well. Actually, let's save and see what those companies are, because if they've been referenced... But I want to see them. Maybe we can see them. I assume they're more likely to be in the capital. Oh wait, I think we could use this to see them. Okay, so this looks unique, yeah. Jingle Root Botanics. Alchemical plant, agriculture, and it's also blubber plants. Wait, there are blubber plants? Wait, what the frick? What are we doing with our lives? Bro. We're like running out of blubber. We're like, oh, life's so hard. Blubber mastery. Yeah, shout out to me. I master the blubber. I was born in it, molded by it. Bro. That doesn't show up. Why does that not show up in a... Oh, it does show up here? Is this new? We'll turn on Blubber Mastery. Oh, what are we doing? Of course it's showing up. We're on Arador. Jesus Christ. We're not on Whisker Fields anymore. Alright, fair. Fair. This company gives formation speed and convoys. Bro, gizmos, railroads, and this? Does this require a specific state, or is it tied to the culture? It's probably tied to the culture. Bro, that's insane. More unique companies when... Those companies are so good. Wait, but actually though, let's go back to Whisker Fields. We can't build blubber manufactories? What's this about? What's this nonsense? No, we can. Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, we were on Whisker Fields the whole time. Because we clicked on their capital rather than loading and swapping sides. I'm struggling here. Can you do a video about restoring the Byzantine Empire as Greece? We have done that before, a while back, but I think we're gonna do a Japan video and then maybe a China video because those always pop off, which is a concession to the pop off. Yeah, if we increased this, we would become #1. There we go. They have super juiced industrials in the game rules, so on top of having like a GB start in terms of finances, they almost always have pro-industry laws as well. Yeah. Hi, Clippy here. It looks like you are trying to achieve blubber mastery. Would you help? Would you like help with that? How do the plants accumulate blubber? Vegetables aren't known for their high calories. I don't... They use coal? I guess we don't hate them using coal. I also don't think we need to have as many of this in the queue, probably. I wonder if this PM is even any good. Probably not. But that makes things a lot better. We were having such a hard time getting blubber. You never swapped? Yeah. We were just panicking. Time to conquer the state the company is in. You can steal the companies as long as you have an open slot, eh? Can we really? Do you not need to fill the requirements? I mean, their capital's probably super juiced up anyways. Look how many financial districts. Their capital actually would just be super worth taking. And also, maybe we just join these guys. Actually, we could join these guys for a war goal for the capital, maybe. They probably wouldn't be willing to give us conquer state on the capital. But also, we'd probably want to have our own war anyways. Grand Lil Quince, thank you for the follow, big nice. Do you think Hoey 4 is wrong for glorifying individuals such as Himmler in the most recent DLC? The game will likely be blacklisted in Germany for that reason now. I don't have a strong opinion on it because I don't know enough about like the background ideas or Himmler, I suppose. I think that I mean, I think that in some ways, like, you can't really like look to EU like Hoey 4 as like some sort of like moral critique or endorsement really that much because they don't even address the Holocaust in a substantive way. So we could start our own war and sway in and make this really easy. Unless we have good relations, which we probably do, don't we? Yeah, but if we end the trade agreement... Oh, no, wait, we're so far from bad relations. So yeah, the only way would be us doing this. Do we not have an interest? Oh, it's Viceroy's Pearl. Looks like we can't get it anyway, though. Because our interest didn't appear fast enough. Damn, unfortunate. I mean, maybe we take these guys' capital, and that's something, because we wanted to fight these guys. Nowhere near the amount of financial districts, but 500 financial districts is a lot to take over, man. We could also just go for Davrak, which is kind of a reasonable expansion. The sweet PM in potion making has relates to the fact that lead has a sweet taste. Oh, interesting. Hoi 4 seems to, like, it tries to walk a very tightrope between having bad parts of World War II in there and not having them. If it's in them, it looks like glorification, and if it doesn't, it's whitewashing. Yeah. No, I definitely think it's difficult. I'm not saying they're in a difficult spot. It's also a publicly traded company, so they can't be out here to try and, like, have a message. Because they have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders, etc. Although, I guess I don't know how Sweden feels about that. Maybe they don't give a shit about that type of thing. Like, in the US, like, you could sue the company as a shareholder. What's your opinion on Islam? Depends what you are trying to say, like, in terms of Islam. I am non-religious. I kind of think that all religions do not correctly describe reality insofar as they have, like, an appeal to a deity that, like, is the supreme overlord of existence. I think that's categorically true for all religions. I think that there was a strong anti-Islam movement in the United States following September 11th that how should I put this? I think that there are going to be good people and bad people, and people who are, like, of different religions than other people like to point to the bad people of other religions and say that it's the religion is the reason that makes them bad people. And I think it's kind of, like, insipid, and it, like, happens the other direction too, and, like, you could point to, like, just about any religion. But, like, specifically there's narrative in the US that, like, makes people bad, and I'm just, like, I don't think that religion is, like, has a poisoning effect, or atheism has a poisoning effect. I think that people are, like, bad, and the attribution of people's behavior to their religion is a little bit, at the same time, I don't like theocracies, so... But that's mainly because they're, like, by their nature, like, bigoted. They're exclusionary. I wouldn't like a state atheism either, because it would be by its nature exclusionary, like IRL. Relevant name? At Mahamud? Yeah. The context in which I interpret that question is through, like, the lens of, like, being a person from the United States, where I think there's a lot of Islamophobia. Simultaneously, like, if I say something pro-Islam, I feel like the people who are from the United States will feel that I'm, like, endorsing everything that every country in the Middle East does, which is, like, 100% not the case. So it's, like, it's kind of a question that a little bit rough to answer in some ways. But also very straightforward. But to the extent that I think that there's a description of reality in regards to the Quran, I don't think it describes, like... I'm non-religious. Atheism leads to moral decay? That's a fact? Yes, so I don't think that's a fact. Much in the same way that I don't think that Islam leads to moral decay, but... I think that the people are going to be tribal. Religion is an axis upon which people are tribal, and then they have a very selective attention in terms of, and a lot of, like, confirmation bias, in terms of establishing that their religious beliefs are great, and that the religious beliefs of others leads to, let's say, moral decay. Nuance on the internet? Get out of here. Pick a side and get angry, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm a big fan of Christopher Hitchens. Christopher Hitchens identified as an anti-theist. His anti-theistic position is, like, one that, like, I disagree with him on. he specifically really didn't like Islam. I don't think, yeah. I don't think that, as he argues, that religion poisons everything is true. I dislike the militant atheists that think that everyone should be atheist. Because those people are intolerant. I also think that the people who think that everyone should be Christian or everyone should be Muslim are also similarly intolerant. We just gotta wait a little bit, and then we're gonna go after these guys. It's gonna be not the most productive use of our infamy, but it's gonna make the map look better. To be fair, Small Shore might be decaying into being... Nope, they're still... Is Nemskez someone we could reduce autonomy on? Not even close. So we could try and piss them off more to get them to declare independence, and then we reduce autonomy on them, or just full annex them. Decisions. Maybe we just subjugate these guys because of that. The fact that they're really not that infamy efficient. Let's do that. I suppose if you really want to discuss why you think atheism leads to moral decay, you can, though. I just think that position's wrong. If you do not have anything to fear, why stay away from sin? Because I think if the only thing that's preventing you from, like, theft and murder and, like, rape, if the only thing that's preventing you is the fear of divine retribution, I, in fact, don't think that makes you a moral person. I think you're probably an immoral person if you would do all those things, if not for the fear of divine retribution. I think, I don't do that because I empathize with other people, and I do not want to cause psychological harm to others. That is born out of behavior of mine I consider to be unjust. I have, you know, principles regarding morality that are, for the most part, rooted in, like, Enlightenment thought. That is generally egalitarian and humanist. And those are what informs my moral sentiments, rather than fear of divine retribution. We got a lot of migration edicts, and what I feel like is not a lot of question. Very charged questions from chat before watching streams I'd have never known. It's just not normally this charged. I'm also okay with fielding them if people want to discuss it. To some extent, though, that's like a dangerous proposition for me because I'm doing multiple things simultaneously. And also, you get people like you got at the beginning of chat who will just like, I'm never watching again. Which is like, okay, fair enough. Is there a way for us to have the free trade party? There is. Okay, we do want to get free trade at some point, so we're gonna let these guys... Barbara is the new counselor. Hell yeah for Barbara. Let's hear 3 rat-like cheers for Barbara. Sometimes religion can help communities, ones that are in need of common goal and common values. Otherwise, it's hard to say religion is useful. Yeah, so for that though, I would say the communal organization of religion is what is creating value. But this is like also a good point. Like, I think that on a per capita basis, like the people who donate the most to charity, of course there could be confounding variables, but in the United States are like religious people. So there's like that. But I think it's the thing that's doing good there is not the good book, but rather the organization of communities and the feeling of accountability to one's neighbor and this type of thing. If these places don't have any laborers, we'll try and avoid building in them. I don't do bad things to people because I think treating others with respect makes others treat you with respect. I don't think being a religious has led me to this, and wow, I hate YouTube for having a character limit. Yeah, welcome to the asymmetry here. I can say something that's really long, and then you have like 15 characters. Whoa. We just want to not stop constructing ever. To be fair, we're running the queue, but sure. Imperial has started to embargo us. Oh no, not our gumdrop buttons. Well, that's fine, because we can get rid of some of these bad trade routes. Which, to be fair, since we're in a bureaucratic deficit, maybe we want to do this a little bit anyways. Once we get free trade, though, we should be able to trade a little bit more. I forgot if we went to conquer them or if we subjugated them. Rip. Do you think slavery of pagans is justified? Oh, that's to Muhammad. This mod, do they have internal seas or use ports on lakes? They don't use ports on lakes, I don't think, but they have an entire system of, like, you see these little white dots? These are sky nodes. And stuff can travel by sky, and you can trade if you have a sky port. Atheism allows for a greater potential to lead to moral decay. Is the lack of a foundational approach on terms of position of objective morality forces it into a position of preference-based decision? Well, I think that religious people often will just interpret their religious text in a way that is convenient to kind of do whatever they want to do anyways. And it doesn't act as like a guide to morality in that way. I can't talk too much about the Quran, though, because I do not know the Quran that specifically. So I couldn't cite examples from the Quran. But, for example, like the Bible encourages... slavery is A-okay in the Old Testament. And if you think that the Word of God is and always has been moral, then it's hard to reconcile why it says slavery is A-okay, and then also think that slavery is not okay now. As an example. Although it'd maybe be easier if I could pull up the quotes and stuff like this. But instead, what people like to do is they like to cherry pick certain segments to, support a more modern moral sentiments and ignore, like, the advocacy of slavery in the Bible. But this modern moral sentiments that is encouraging them to selectively pick for things from the Bible that support those sentiments, that sentiment is achieved without religion, or you can achieve it without religion. Guy publishes spreadsheets for unsafe for children, but says he has empathy. True. True. 100%. You got me. The hypocrisy knows no bounds. This is what I'm talking about with, people are just going to do what they want to do and then find a way to morally justify it after the fact. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. You caught me red-handed. We wanted to go after Bloodthorn, too. Because there's going to be a lot of, the Wish Stones, because there's a lot of lakes in there. I suppose we'll just wait. Most pagans have disgusting rights. I mean, often the level of disgust you have for another culture's practices, those other cultures have for your practices. And you either have to think that your position is morally correct and everyone else is wrong, or think that things are relatively subjective. We need 18 plus, 25 plus. If you're on your parents' insurance, it's unsafe for your eyes. This is true. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Jeremy with the real, keeping it real here. Real ratty up in here. Shout out to the real ratties. GDP flying up there. That must be when we discovered we could build the blubber. Also when we annexed these, whatever this was here. Hopefully the pops also start migrating out from here a little bit. We could try full annex this guy. This guy's only 4 states, right? And he's unrecognized. The thing is, we don't have a cautious guy. This would be a lot easier with a cautious guy. But we can try and put an interest there. We have an interest there. Why can't we declare on these guys? Unless we have something escalating already. And we have poor relation. We must have something escalating already. Charity is one of the foundations of Islam. Yeah, so it's a little bit difficult because I can't speak to Islam very specifically. I can speak to, you know, I'm not a fan of Sharia law, but that's not necessarily like what everyone like means when they mean Islam. I'm not a fan of a lot of the practices of a lot of the countries in the Middle East, but that might not necessarily be like representative of Islam as a whole. There's a lot of countries in Asia and Southeast Asia that are Islam. Also, the policies of countries, individual nations, are not necessarily representative of the religion, although if they're theocracies, you could consider them more representative. Or I think it's fair to consider them as being much more representative. We get flamethrowers with blubber input. I think generally, well, actually, blubber seems relatively efficient. And I don't think we could use both. Oh, we can use both? Hell yeah, brother. I think we did exempt them from service, so we can't go after these guys. Well, we can unexempt Acon from service. They won't like that, though. Guess maybe we have to run through Eridor at some point. But also maybe that we're reaching the end of the run-ish with this episode. One of the tribalism of religious communities is what offers them a greater potential for actualizing what they believe is a holistic and good and mass-organized way. If the tribalism is necessary for the communal organization, like that gets the positive benefits of religion, which, to be fair, I think that like the organization of communities and the sense of community is good. Yeah, I don't know. That's a tougher one. I would rather that people with their tribalism cast as broad a net as possible and instead have empathy for all of humanity. I think that is that is difficult for human beings to do because we are not hardwired to do that, and that requires like to some degree a transcendence of our nature. But I don't think that I think that most religions don't do that. Most religions, I think, inspire hatred towards people of different religions, and if anything, or not inspire. I think the inspiration's already there. They facilitate maybe. Or they allow, or they give an outlet, this type of thing. Inspire is not the right word. I don't think the religion's the driving force. Most people support Israel, enough said. Oof. Trying to go full controversial. People's support of Israel is like a geopolitical thing that's independent of religion. Or it's not entirely independent of religion, but it's not like an argument to the like type of things we're talking about. I don't think. This is like also one of the problems with any sort of religious discussion is they take an entire group of people they don't approve of that has a different religion and project the meaning of that religion onto that group, which is like on the level of analysis. It's like the level of analysis I would prefer to do is to like read through the Quran and what it actually says. What do you think should be upcoming in terms of Vic 3 in terms of DLC river updates, state improvement, new improvement? I would like to see that Navy improved. I would like to see the things that the larger I would like Victoria 3's community to grow. So I would like military to be improved largely for that reason, even though from my gameplay perspective military is not that important to me. Because I think that that's what's going to be important. What are we doing on convoys? Spending a lot of port connections. why don't we fix up Crazy a little bit? Why don't we look and fix up some of our... Oh, this is... They're not employing up. They're not employing up. They have other problems. I'd wager you're not looking in the right place because I witness Palestinian support every day. Yeah, but if you... This is like part of what I was talking with, like, confirmation bias. If you want to, like, demonize, like, outgroup, then you look, if you're from the perspective of the Middle East and you're looking at the West, and you want to find evidence for either Palestinian or support or Israeli support, it's very easy to find support for either one. So it's easier for, like, the people in Israel to be like, everyone's just super pro-Palestine, if that's what you focus on. And it's also easy to say that everyone's pro-Israel. I think it's, like, just the United States. In terms of, like, actual international policy, a lot of people in the international community in the West are, like, very much against Israel right now. The U.S. is... let's call them supportive overall in terms of policy. But that's not everybody. And that's also if you're just thinking of the West. A lot of people are just, like, really not involved. Majority voted for Trump. He's super pro-Israel. Germany is also pro-Israel. Yeah, the majority voted for Trump, but that majority is also only 18% of the United States. So you're speaking to the 18% as being representative of the entire nation. A lot of the people who are very pro-Palestine in the U.S. also don't really have much power. They tend to be younger. And I think the voter turnout for younger people is significantly lower than older people. If you were to actually poll the opinions of everyone in the United States, it might be a lot closer than you would think. So it depends what you mean by support or like Israel. Oh no, the fascist coup. The fascist coup. Well, I think this is what we were playing for, right, boys? The supremacy of the rats. The time of Barbara is over. The time of the rat has come. And he's cautious. We have a cautious chancellor. Did it actually it didn't actually swap out of government, guys. But we will have a cautious chancellor. Not yet. Of course we would want a chancellor like that. In fact, we would want him to be chancellor for life. The Bible says slavery is poggers. Yeah, some parts of the Bible say... Actually, I don't think there's any part of the... To my knowledge, there's no part in the Bible that directly says slavery is not poggers. And there are some parts that say it's poggers. But you can find passages that can be interpreted as being like, slavery is not very poggers, guys. Most people who voted for Trump are Christian, right? Well, contradicts your opinion that atheism leads to moral decay. Oh, yeah, most of the atheists probably, or not most, more than 50% of the atheists probably voted for Kamala if they voted. Wrong religion is worse than no religion? Ah, I see. Yeah, so this is the I'm a fan of egalitarianism, humanism, and like the dignity and value of all human beings. Not just the human beings that believe in the same religion as me. So I think that we're going to be of kind of differing opinions here. I just want to drain this so bad, man. We have to like, we maybe have to stop auto-expanding the stuff just in its entirety. 'Cause, 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 'cause don't think we have any. Well, we probably have non-zero amount of synthetic plants. I don't remember seeing any synthetic plants this entire run, though. We forgot to swap stuff over. But also the fact that we can construct blubber is a huge deal, actually, because we should actually be using blubber in more PMs. I assume. I remember in Hungary there was a flood before 1846 because of the Tlasla River, and the second biggest towards the Danube. It should be added as a journal entry for Austria or something. I think Austria and Germany are kind of overdue for flavor overhauls. And I was, for a while I've been thinking that that would be the next one, if not China/Japan. I was a little surprised to see India rework. I can't buy the idea that you must follow some arbitrary religion if you to have a moral upbringing. Also, like, every religion thinks that their religion's the truth, and it's arrived at because it's the most reasonable thing, but the correlation between the religion that people have and the religion of their parents is so incredibly strong, and, like, everyone thinks that they've thought about it and they've realized the truth and, like, this type of thing, but, like, what's more probable that everyone, except for people who have chosen your religion, is just bad at thinking, or that the tendency to just see it that the religion of your parents is going to be the most likely religion, and you just kind of follow the religion of your society more often than not, is just the effect that caused you to believe your religion. And it's like, which of these two is more probable? But at the same time, I don't think, like, a lot of atheists think that, like, religion, like, has a poisoning effect, and I'm not of that perspective. We do, finally, I think, need to up taxes a little bit. Which is okay. I think overall, our SOL is higher with us upping taxes and switching to graduated than it would be us staying on proportional and one lower on the bracket, but I do think we need to up it. We want to try and maintain a buffer of at least like 20%-ish. 15 offense is quite a big buff. Yeah, flat. The thing is, I guess don't really care that much about the devastation. Morale damage is also a big deal. But the fact that we can produce blubber is like a really big... Probably changes the way we think about this. Rat war crime? Shh. How do we time this person out? Like I was stabbed in the eyes, young lad. I don't think the person who did is evil, just the one who made a bad decision. Yeah. Think if I was a religion I don't likely follow, it'd be likely an Eastern dualist one. Interesting. Finally, if Jesus is God and making idols of God is forbidden, Leviticus 26:1, according to the Ten Commandments, why are there so many idols of Jesus in churches? I'm not familiar with that particular passage in Leviticus, but I'm also 100% not here specifically to defend Christianity because I'm non-religious. If that's addressed towards me, like, I'm not interested in defending them. I also don't know Leviticus to specifically cite it. I believe there's often, like, translation issues with some of those things as well. Like one that gets mistranslated a lot, for example, in the Ten Commandments, "Thou shalt not kill" is one of the translations, but, like, there's two words in, like, the ancient Hebrew for killing someone. There's, like, killing, and then there's, like, murder. And we have two words for it, too. And most societies have two words for it. And one is, like, a moral, one that doesn't pass moral judgment specifically, or is considered moral, in this case, killing. And then murder, in which case the word implies a sort of moral judgment that's negative, right? And the word that gets used in the ancient Hebrew is closer to murder than it is like killing. So like that one is like mistranslated. And in the Ten Commandments, it's like you don't bear false witness or witness to any false gods, which might be what Leviticus is actually saying if it's not translated poorly. Or it could be saying that. Not really a fan of Leviticus, so what I do know of Leviticus. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure anyone. I don't think anyone here is arguing that. I don't think anyone. Some people here probably think this, but I don't think anyone's arguing it, or I haven't seen anyone argue that Christianity is correct and Islam is wrong. So I don't know who you're exactly trying to appeal to, because I think like both Islam and Christianity don't correctly describe reality. So, yeah. So if you're arguing against Christianity specifically, that's really not going to. We could change our fascist to could change our fascist to a radical. We're not going to because we want to do the fascism thing. The copy pasting of prepared arguments, yeah, this too. Are you educated on the Israel-Palestine conflict? Response to, are you using Israel? Well, I have to maybe catch up with chat now if people are going to call each other cocksuckers. I'm a little bit behind. I was hoping we could have a civil discussion, but if we can't have a civil discussion, we might have to start intervening a little bit more. Don't listen to kids off to school? What about off to the mines? Irene Cohen, cruel. I love religious philosophy and metaphysics, so mind-boggling. If you ought to use prepared arguments when it actually weaves in the conversation, not randomly bring them up. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone's advocating for Christianity over Islam, or I haven't seen it. There are definitely some people who I think would have that perspective, but we need to realize the cold hard truth. Cthulhu is the one true God. Fair. But also, like, Israel, like, what they do is, like, separate from what their religion thinks, right? Not entirely separate, but, like, you're bringing up the Israel, like, Palestine conflict, like, it somehow proves that, like, Islam is correct. It's, like, there's not a connection there, or Islam is more moral. Because I think also a big reason why Israel kills so many Palestinians has a lot more to do with the fact that they have more strength than the Palestinians, than like more moral virtue with regards to how they treat their opponents, because it is the like very, very specific objective of Hamas, for example, which is explicitly Islamic, to completely wipe out every Israelite from the earth. It is like part of like their government charter, in which case if they were doing that, they would be killing hundreds of children each day. So the invocation of the fact that Israel is doing that to somehow prove that like Islam is better, like, doesn't make sense to me. Unless you don't think that, you know, Hamas is necessarily representative, which, to be fair, I think that's possible too. But like the argument is exactly in parallel to like the invoking of what Israel's doing. To sometimes, also none of us are arguing that like Judaism here is like leads to more moral action. I haven't seen anyone making the argument that one religion over another religion, rather than like arguing specific or discussing specifically Islam. Fikmi? I don't know how this is pronounced. Welcome to the follow. But what do the mouse gods look like in this world? There is no world in this. There is no God in this world but Mouse. Look at him as he levitates. Oh. Mouse gods gotta be cows. That's where the cheese comes from. Oh, big true. Where's one of the mod people when you need them? You gotta make the cow people. They just have permanent good relations with the mouse people. Jesus was Muslim. Christians hate to hear this. Look, man, you're so barking up the wrong tree. Also, I think Jesus was Jewish, but I'm not going to, like, specifically argue that, because I suppose I don't know that well. Well, actually, I think Jesus was Christian, like, by definition. Probably. I'm not sure how you square him, like, not somehow being the religion that he fragmented off from Judaism. We're constructing specifically in places that are relatively low on this and have some available labor. Islam wasn't founded for 600 years after Christ's death. No, but he means in spirit or something like this. Yeah, but the religion existed anyways. Yeah, there we go. So, Jesus, Muslims, and the Romans would have been too, given the Roman Catholicism. The moral Romans might have been Muslim, is maybe what he's saying. I think there's some circular logic going on here. I can't quite put my finger on it. I thought Islam was specifically the prophet Muhammad being the only sole prophet of God, or at least... Well, I mean, if you... To be fair, if you trace all of your religions back to Abraham, right? There's going to be significant overlap amongst the Abrahamic religions in terms of who they take credit for being what. Yeah. Right. But I think that, like, to tell the Christians that Jesus wasn't a Christian, I think is a little bit like if someone made a religion after Islam that was branched off of Islam and they just said, like, Muhammad wasn't Muhammad wasn't really, you know, he didn't really believe in Islam, he believed in this other thing. It's this weird tangential argument that, like, doesn't address what anyone's saying. I'd probably be religious if I didn't have atheist parents. Yep. Islam hijacks the Jewish tradition, Christian prophets as well. I don't know if I'd say hijacks. I don't know if that's quite the characterization I would use. They have, like, a point at which they break off, right? Like, Judaism and Christianity share the Old Testament. I guess they kind of share it to some extent with the Quran, right? Bible is full of contradictions. Well, not sure the Quran fares much different, although I'm much less versed on the Quran. But again, I don't think people are arguing for Christianity here, so I'm not sure what you're like. You're barking up a tree that's like no one's defending. You're like the argument that most people seem to be making is that lack of belief in Islam doesn't necessarily lead to moral decay, which is not like something you're addressing. You're just quoting a bunch of stuff. So, but the Quran also has plenty of contradictions. Checkmate averted. Also, Catholic doctrine specifically addresses the God / Jesus paradoxes. Yeah. So the thing is I think there's like what is it? The parable? Like, oh no, that parable doesn't quite work. But like, it's much more easy to notice the contradictions in the other person's religious than your own. Shoot, we got shot down into the lower bracket. Oh man. The trade unionists aren't even big anymore. Big sad for them. Big ups for us, I guess. It's a shame that the Intelligentsia is not a little bit stronger here, but some things have been going on. There are some Old Testament scriptures basically prohibited idols. Those that was a branch of Orthodoxy that took this super seriously. Like no crosses, no depictions of Christ. Makes sense. Why didn't they rework every event picture to being rats? Lazy modders. Terrible. Should just be all rats. We're catching up a little bit here. We'll give the Druids a little more political strength, see if our country becomes more moral. The specific problem is taking on icons or making false idols and worshipping them as gods. There isn't anything wrong with them in general. Yeah, it's the false idols, but I haven't... He invoked specifically Leviticus. I haven't read what, like, the exact passage of Leviticus. So, I wouldn't want to speak on it. Also, I'm fundamentally not trying to defend... Alright, sure. I think we want to rumble with them at some point anyways. Well, this looks cool. This is the Realms of Exther Fantasy Overhaul mod. Would highly recommend. A lot of countries will play differently, especially because there are these magic cards that you give that can give different countries different sorts of advantages, causing you to lean into different things. And also there are multiple tracks for a lot of goods. Like, for example, coming into the mines, there's multiple labor-saving PMs in the... Oh, those are really efficient. Who do we get rid of? Let's do that. There are multiple labor-saving PMs, for example, that you don't just have steam donkeys, you have rock rollers. So if you have an economy that's better geared towards producing gizmos, you do this one. And if you have an economy that's better geared towards, you know, producing coal and engines, you would do this one. And so this allows you to kind of focus on different things and makes different companies so you play a little bit different. Jews always tried to damage other groups. Well, you know, I'm pretty sure there's something in the Quran about allowing you to attack people of other religions. Although, again, I don't know the specifics of the Quran, but if you're going to criticize, like, Israel for attacking other people, right, then you would, like, have to criticize, like, jihad in the same way, no? Right, like, do you think that eliminating Israel, like, killing every Israeli is moral, but killing every Palestinian is immoral? Because if you occupy that position, I think that's just like it's putting the cart before the horse type of hypocritical position, in that you're, like, fundamentally not humanist. You're saying that a certain action, because it's geared towards people of your faith, is immoral, but if it was geared towards people of another faith, it would not be immoral. And you're saying that the recipient of the action is informs whether or not something is moral, in a way that if someone had the exact parallel opinion, it was just of a different religion of you would consider them very immoral. So, Jesus don't care about the kids. They care about using the kids to make Israel look bad. I think that people care about kids. I think that that's unfair. I mean, people might care more about Israel looking bad, but... least from the outside, it seems that religion overall play a much larger role in American politics than most European countries. And am I correct in that? Any idea why that is? I think that the two-party system doesn't necessarily help because the Republicans have organized their bloc around specifically the evangelicals. And so I think it has to do with the two-party system a whole lot. Something that annoys me is that people think that the conflict was just started recently. This conflict's been going on for ages and it's literally in the Bible, not defending either side. I mean, I think that a book I read on the conflict suggested it started when a bunch of Jews were exiled from Russia following the assassination of one of the czars in, like, I think the late 1800s. In terms of, like, when, like, this conflict got started, but, like, people have also been fighting over that land for an extended period of time, yeah. I think we're subjugating Bloodhorn next. Really tempting to take some of their stuff and try and start colonizing in here, but I think we'll just subjugate Bloodhorn. We're now making a good amount of money. Maybe we can reduce taxes again and get into the upper bracket. Like, we weren't quite able to afford that before. Oh, now we're super illegitimate. Shout out to us. We're just going to try and get free trade through and then swap. Should Israelis convert to Islam, they would be safe from any persecution from Hamas? I'm not entirely certain that that would be the case. Also, you could make the also the reverse type of argument. Should all the Muslims convert to Judaism? Like, although I don't think you're making like a particular argument. How are you feeling about the company's adjustments? I haven't been taking too close a look at it, honestly. It feels like they're able to acquire a decent market share now, but I guess I have to think about the numbers specifically. Wait, where are our companies? So here, the market share is, what is this, 60%. If it's over 40%, it's going to be fairly efficient. This was our most recent company, it's at like 30%. This one, we can't really see the percentages because there's 3 different company types. But overall, I think these are operating at kind of like a higher level. In theory, there's maybe a spot where we want to nationalize and reprivatize if our construction would otherwise not be very useful. But yeah. Did Jesus want to make a religion or reform his parents' religion? Pretty sure Christianity didn't exist until after his death. It probably depends on how you look at it. I guess I don't have the answer to this, though, so let's swap this in. Unfortunately, the petite bourgeoisie guy's in charge instead of the trade unionist guy. Barbara is our chancellor, except she's not. But now we just have to try and stay more legitimate. Muhammad does not have any prophecies. He only said himself he's a messenger, and Allah won't send him any prophecies because they wouldn't have believed him anyways. Interesting. Quoting the Prisoner of Azkaban. Don't think that's directed towards me. Tell me this, why did atheism produce the most evil regime ever made by the man in Nazi Germany? Well, I could talk a little bit about that. You know what was on the belts of the German soldiers? On the belt buckle? It was Gott mit uns. God is with us. And the very first treaty that was formed by Germany was actually with the papacy. So in terms of saying that, you can make more an argument that the USSR was atheist, but again, I think that the country's like religion and the policy are like 2 kind of separate things. But Hitler invokes God in Mein Kampf as a motivation, and so I think you're incorrect on the characterization of like Hitler's motivation and his religious purview. I definitely think he was religious, or he invoked religion at the very least. He, at the very least, used it as a tool with which to execute his plan. Otherwise, why put "God is with us" on all your belt buckles? So, Muslims have a fundamental doctrine called taqiyya that allows them to lie for their religion if it supports the causes of the religion or out of fear of their life, etc. Yeah, using kids as a meat shield doesn't look like love to them. Well, so here's the thing: is like I'm not saying it gives them a pass, but when you're conducting a highly asymmetric warfare between like two like powers, you either get killed or you use every single like tool in your arsenal, and one of those tools is like hiding underground below hospitals. I'm not saying it makes it moral. I'm just saying it like tactically makes sense to do. And so like if you are completely disregarding everything except for tactical execution of what you're doing, then it makes sense to do. Again, not saying that I think it's moral to do. We're finally draining the investment pool. Hallelujah. Has always been a native Arab land, homeland in Victoria terms. Wait, what? Palestine is named given a land to spite Jews after the Bar Kokhba revolt. It means foreign. It was meant to artificially unintegrate the Jews as having ties to Judea. I mean, like, I'm not as much a fan of, like, the way back at when arguments as much as I'm a fan of the people who were, like, who are living there now. Was that the land they were born to? And at this point, there are people who are both Jewish and Palestinian that were born to that land. Or various parts of that land. We are gonna subjugate Bloodthorn. We should just keep things going. If Mexico invaded US and did the same, we'd be talking about this very differently. I do believe that the reason for people being mad at Israel is anti-Semitism. I think it's not a non-zero factor. I mean, like, so, like, Congo, to my knowledge, and I don't know that much about it, and that I don't know that much about it is indicative of part of the problem. Like, I think Congo and Sudan are getting super fucked up right now. And if you want to talk about mass death and, like, of civilian populations, if I recall correctly, and I'm not that well informed on this, but the fact that it is such a high area of interest, I think has to do with both anti-Semitism and also Islamophobia. Like, I think that this is an issue that's, like, so much in the purview of the West when there are other things going on that the West just largely doesn't care about, that are, like, if you're going to levy critiques, they would be worthy of similar critiques, is indicative of both of those, like, tendencies. I absolutely think that there's, like, a ton of anti-Semitism, though. And a ton of Islamophobia. I'm not sure which I think is, like, bigger. I think that it, like, varies highly from group to group. It'd be really weird to try and quantify which one I think is a stronger effect. I think the biggest thing is, like, Israel's far stronger than Palestine. And that's why Israel, like, can impose its will. But I absolutely think that, like, there are large segments of each population that just categorically thinks that the other side is, as they would say, vermin and doesn't have, like, a right to exist. I was going to highlight... We have this guy instead of a rat on the throne, but I was going to highlight a rat and talk about vermin. Like, they think that the other side isn't worthy of moral consideration. And I'm not saying it's all of the Palestinians or all of the people in Israel, but a very sizable portion, such that they think that very disgusting actions towards the other is legitimized. The Nazi regime had a really weird relationship with religion and esotericism in general. Yeah. Germany, as led by Hitler, was German at first because it needed to appeal to a religious society he was a part of. He lost his faith at the age of 13. It was most certainly a tool to establish a thing to establish himself. I mean, that doesn't seem to be... I haven't read Mein Kampf, and I've been meaning to at some point. I think I would catch a lot of flack for reading it. But my understanding of people who have read Mein Kampf and have talked about it is that he has religious motivations and tendencies as expressed in Mein Kampf, so... I can't cite it, though. I'm just saying I disagree. Also, the Mohammedan religion, too, would have been much more compatible to use than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness, is a quote by Hitler. Interesting. Again, I don't have the exact citation. I'm just telling you why I think what I do. But also, he definitely used it as a tool. It was like on the soldiers' like gear and stuff. So I think to suggest that it was like an atheistic, you know, motivated Nazi Germany was atheistic is just like incorrect. I love these streams. Yeah, shout out. They're using kids as a human shield. That's why they should be called terrorists. I'm actually uncertain if that alone is like sufficient reason. I think that they don't care about... I think that they are intentionally killing civilian population. I mean, I think that the thing that gives you the justification of terrorists is intentionally killing civilian populations. And targeting civilian populations. Not being indifferent to your own civilian population. I actually think, I mean, like, there's, like, a different degree of, like, I mean, I think that the latter is also, like, immoral, but I think that there's, like, a difference. But I also think that, like, Hamas absolutely targets civilian populations that are innocent. Of course, by their perspective, they're not innocent because they're there, and they shouldn't be there, but by their perspective... I just think that that's, yeah. I think that, I think there's, like, plenty of very, very strong bigotry on both sides. I think Israel's absolutely doing more harm, but that's because they have more ability. I think it's ironic that Palestinians adopt a Roman name that means foreigner and also try and say that they're natives. Yeah. I really think you can make the who has proper justification to this land argument, like I think both sides have a fair enough argument. It's not like the Swedes are suddenly saying that Palestinians is ours and they have, like, literally no coherent sort of thing that they can string together. Both sides have, like, a coherent, like, argument that one could consider legitimate, right? I think that a whole bunch of arbitrariness, like, really sinks in, though, when it comes to just deciding which arguments to consider as being more legitimate or more substantive than the others, and people just kind of reverse engineer what argument they think is correct around a sort of whatever fits their narrative. So, like, the "we were there first" argument, people think is more important if they, like, believe with Israel, and then we were here for, like, more recently, but not the last 100 years specifically, you consider that argument as being more substantive if you're on the Palestinian side, but it's your sentiments regarding which side you support that informs which argument you think is better, not the other way around. That it's the other way around, I think, is like an illusion to people. Like, when, like, you can, like, the argument's reasonable for each side. It's not like just, like, Spain just randomly says, hey, it's ours, like, where there's, like, no reasonable type of thing. First thing Hitler invaded was German literature. Fair. He converted to Odinism in the last years of the war. The last years of the war, Hitler was strung out on drugs, too. I don't know how some... I don't think that... I don't think that, like, his religious views necessarily, like... Even if his religious view was Odinism the entire time, I don't think that necessarily means that Nazi Germany was Odinism as well. You know, if your propaganda is invoking religion, like, as per the belt buckles, and your early alliance with the Papal States, right? If you're trying to invoke religion, then, like, as a nation, you're probably religious. It was written as a propaganda piece, as he was imprisoned and failed the coup attempt at the time of writing, so it should be taken with a grain of salt towards his motivation. I would need to, like, know more about it specifically, but, like, I don't think you could completely, like, disregard it. Like, you have to use some pieces in order to determine what his views were, but he tore down crosses and churches and replaced them with a Reichssiegel, and when he established unrequited power, he suddenly became less religious and more Darwinian. He was no friend of the churches. Yeah, this might be fair. I still think, like, the overall characterization wasn't specific to Hitler. It was specific to, like, Nazi Germany, right? Or maybe I'm misremembering. For the goal of terror, in order to achieve political means, you just murder civilians for no reason. It's mass murder. It's just mass murder, not necessarily terrorism as defined. Uh-oh. Okay. The like sharp delineations of like what constitutes terrorism is not like something I'm abundantly like well versed on. Why are we looking over here? Because we were thinking of taking some of this instead. I mean, this does have wish stones and a ton of pops. Maybe we should go for this instead. I don't know why we can't attack it directly. Oh, we have a truce. That would explain why. We could go for this stuff as well. This is their capital, so nabbing this would give us, I think, a lot of ownership, relatively speaking. And would only cost like 7 infamy. Alternatively, if we subjugate these guys, then our auto queue can start blasting a bunch of stuff in Bloodhorn, and maybe that's good. Yeah. We just have to wait to come down a little bit. Ever tried a keto diet? I've actually been thinking of going back to being on the keto diet. The best I ever felt was when I was on keto. But like paleo keto, not full keto. Like, because paleo keto, you like, that completely eliminates the garbage. You can eat a lot of garbage on keto, but like, you can't if you're like paleo keto. That's like hyper restrictive though. But the best I've ever felt while doing a diet was when I was doing that. The world's reaction to October 7th wasn't what it should have been at all. If Israel had done the same, which they would never have, they would have been crucified. They would have been crucified. Hamas gets praised by many. Yeah, the perspective is that, well, everyone loves a good David and Goliath story. Like, invoking like Israeli stuff is intentional there, but the point is such an attack doesn't make sense as a matter of resistance when you're the person who's more powerful. To say that the shoe, it would have been different if the shoe was on the other foot, kind of ignores the context where there's an enormous asymmetry of power between Palestine, Hamas, and I absolutely think a ton of people who are pro-Palestinian like completely ignore just like awful things that like not everyone does there that are like, but like, you know, on the other side of the conflict, the fact that it's in Hamas's, I think it's their charter, I forget what it's called, but specifically the eradication of like all Jews is like in there as like an objective. So to act like they're not genocidal, you would have to say that their charter is not made in good faith and they don't actually mean it. Which, yeah. The problem is that you have a humanist point of view, but the thing with most Muslims is they do not hold that kind of view but merely pretend to. Well, I mean, like, I kind of mentioned it maybe 30 minutes ago, where I was saying that the perspective he seems to hold about what Israel's doing as being immoral does not seem symmetric to like if and he hasn't responded to that to like if people who are Muslims do the same thing, and so like yeah, I don't like the hypocrisy. Like the thing is, to me, is like the thing that's tricky is that at a certain point I think that if you were born in a place, and your parents' parents were born in a place, and your parents' parents' parents were born in a place, and your parents' parents' parents were born in this, all in the exact same place, there is no way that psychologically you do not see that as anything other than your home. And we are at like a point where areas that would be considered homes for one group, if 2 more generations pass, let's say, they probably don't consider them home now, but there's like a significant, well, actually no, there's, I mean, like, people just think that it's because their religion, they like have property of the land as well. I think the, I don't know, the justification is messy because I think both sides have arguments, and trying to think through it is like rough. And also, we're talking about different areas of land, right? So Israel maybe has the right to some of the land, but like not the West Bank, and like Palestine has the right to like Gaza, the West Bank, but not like other land or something like this. All of a sudden you remember Big Daddy Kane? That's pathetic. Wait, what? I don't even know what that's referring to, so I guess I forgot again. Israel officials call themselves fascists. Tell me that's not morally degenerate. Well, I think it's important to draw a distinction between the governments in power and also what the people think sometimes. But I do think that that's if they call themselves like fascists, I think that is morally degenerate. I don't know if that's the case. I don't consider you to be necessarily a reliable reporter on the matter. I also think it's morally degenerate, like how Hamas explicitly wants to kill every like Israeli because they're Israeli. Do you not consider that morally degenerate? Like the fact that the wholesale elimination of a people is in the charter of Hamas? I tried keto and intermittent fasting for a month, but I started hearing about kidney failure, so I stopped it. How'd you feel, though? Eating enormous amounts of protein can be really hard on your kidneys. So that's, I think, like the one thing you have to be a little bit concerned with. Do you see what Palestinian officials say? No moral standing there? Yeah, well, that's why I asked him about Hamas, what he thought about Hamas's charter. Explicitly, like, suggesting that one group of people should be entirely killed, you know, because to make room for your group is like a fascist type of objective. Lots to catch up on. Y'all got down in the weeds with the religious talkies. Yeah, well, Muhammad wants to talk about religion. He wants to talk about Islam. To be fair, people, I think, are being relatively respectful. So as long as that maintains, I think we can continue. If that's what people want to discuss. Perfect. Watch us go over 25. Because of paradox math. Super, we didn't. Mobilize the small squads. My voters don't care if I'm a fascist. My word is my bond. I mean, technically, in a very technical sense, he's not saying he's a fascist, but yeah, that doesn't sound like a quote from a person I would like very much. But I'm curious to if you want to answer my question about Hamas. I did a 12-hour intermittent fast time frame on the day from keto. Is that including sleep? Your sleep window? So is that for 12 hours you can eat, or is that for 4 hours you can eat? That's the old Hamas charter. They have a new charter now. Okay, well, then do you think the writers of that old charter were immoral on the exact same kind of opinion? I guess. I'm not as familiar with the new charter. I'd have to take a look at it. I think that, you know... Or it could just put the question to Muhammad himself. Do you think the Israelis should be completely moved from the region? And if they're unwilling to leave of their own accord, they should be killed? I mean, because if you're going to be critical of Israel for having a particular stance on something, then if there's an exact symmetrical stance on the other side, you should be equally critical, or you just think that one side is just, like, morally justified for whatever reason, independent of, like, any sort of parallel, or, like, you think that Muslims are worthy of moral consideration, whereas Israelis are not, which... To be fair, like, that might be consistent with your worldview and faith. I'm just saying, like, that's with that type of argument, like, it's just never gonna appeal to me. It started with Muhammad himself. Yeah, it did. I don't think that's how he spells his name, though. So I was fat for the first time since I was a kid, and it was nice, but then stopped after a month. But it was so fast, but it's not good for your kidneys. I think it depends on how you do it, but I'm not trying to give medical or nutritional advice. I know if your protein intake is really high, your kidneys won't be able to process all of it. So you have to eat a lot of fat. And if you instead eat like a lot of protein, then you're gonna have a bad time. I may be a far right person. I may be a homophobe, racist, fascist, but my word is my bond is the full quote. He says he just says that he doesn't care if he gets called that. Yeah, so if it's context fishing where he then not necessarily fair. He's probably the worst person in the government in competition for Ben Gvir. Well, you don't have to defend him. Like, we could just, like, to be clear, like, if one Israeli is horrible, which at least one Israeli is horrible, many more than one, that doesn't mean that they all are. But I think a sizable portion of, like, Israelis and also Palestinians are just enormous bigots. I also am not saying that I don't think that the bigotry makes sense given their history. But I think that a lot of Palestinians don't view Israelis as being worthy of moral consideration and vice versa. Which is one of the reasons why, like, actually achieving a reasonable two-state solution is so difficult. I'm also not extraordinarily informed on Israel-Palestine conflict. I've only read, like, one book on it. Record scratch, hi, it's me. You're probably wondering how I got here, basically. Israel is the only pure Jewish country on the earth. Who else is representing their values? Well, they're a democracy where some people voted against Netanyahu, like a very sizable portion of their population, and there were enormous protests against Netanyahu. So the Netanyahu government is not supported by every Israeli within Israel themselves. Also, I think that there are more Jewish people outside of Israel than there are inside of Israel, but I would have to fact check this. I'm not entirely sure. It felt amazing on keto, to be honest. I stopped drinking pop, and it was only water for me. It was great. You can drink Diet Coke on keto, though, if you wanted. Pop, you must be from, like, the Midwest. Pop. Hamas is not Muslim? You might have to go back to the drawing board with that one. Unless I'm grossly mistaken, the name is the Islamic Resistance Movement, and it's abbreviated as Hamas. So, if the Islamic Resistance Movement is not Muslim, I mean, you could say that they're not representative of all Muslims, that's fine. But you're also not answering my question, which was, like, what do you think of the charter? Saying Hamas is not Muslim, I guess if you're not taking any moral accountability for, like, I guess it makes some sense for you to just say that they're not Muslim, but, like, even if they're not Muslim, then let's say they're not Muslim. What do you think of their perspective and desire to remove Jews entirely from the region? You know, I'll gladly discuss religion if it stays this civil. Yeah, no one's. I think no one's getting super out of line, so we could discuss it. Can we get more? Oh, give me back my sorting, you son of a... These things have been broken recently. They follow a lot of what most would consider Islamic ideals. Not a big stretch to call them Islamic. Even if they are Islamic, though, they're not necessarily representative of like Muslims, but like writ large. But even still, it doesn't matter whether or not he thinks they're representative. I'm asking what he thinks of their position. Right? And his response is to say that they're not Muslim, not to condemn their position. So probably because he's Shia. Yeah, this might be true. Not a real Muslim type of thing. I don't know. What did I tune into? We're having a little bit of a religious discussion. It seems to be somewhat civil right now. The Shia clergy, Islamic Republic, are Hamas's biggest supporters. You could eat for 12 hours, and then I would eat one meal a day, meal and greens, after that time frame let up. Oh, that's not very restrictive at all. I think we eventually want to rumble with them, and we have an anti-erudite pact, so I think it makes sense. Not sure who we want to annex next in this thing. Maybe Eridor, actually, even. These guys up here. Or Akon. Think we're doing okay on the money? We might have to raise taxes again. I bet you had a really deep conversation that could have turned ugly, but didn't. Israel are immigrants? They all can be returned to their origins? No. A lot of them were born there. A lot of Israelis were born there. Also, they might just refuse to leave. If they refuse to leave... my question was... I believe, if I'm not mistaken, maybe I am. But my question was worded in such a way where it's if they refuse to leave. I'm not suggesting that there's no other place they could go. I'm saying if they refuse to leave, do you think they should all be killed? Also... by most person, there's two ways of determining citizenship, jus soli and jus sanguini, by the blood or by soil. Most people are not considered immigrants by most mechanisms of determining citizenship if they are born on the soil on the soil of the land, and also if they are born to parents who have citizenship already. And there's plenty of Israeli citizens that were like born there. So I don't think that, I don't buy the argument that they're all immigrants is, and even if they were all immigrants, that it still doesn't eliminate my question, right? Which like I think the question is straightforward. I think you're at this point. I think you're dodging it a little bit. Because even if they were all immigrants, we could still say that they're all immigrants, and they could all go back to places where they came from, even though some people in Israel do not have dual citizenship and they only have Israeli citizenship. But let's say they all have citizenship somewhere else. If they refuse to leave, do you think they should all be killed? What's your max bench? 345. Pounds, not kilos. Smallish is a leader of party called Jewish Power, by the way. Yeah, I probably wouldn't like him. Even if he's not a fascist, he certainly sounds like a bigot. I talked to an actual blue-hurled Garrett. Okay, wait, that's... Israel's the country with the most Jews in the world? Is the majority of Jews in Israel, though? My question is... I'm not going to Google where are the Jews. I had a moment of consideration. Jewish population by country. Let's see if I look this up on Wikipedia real quick. Uh, 51% of the Jewish population is in the United States, according to Wikipedia. I suppose I'll show you guys. Unless I'm misunderstanding this graphic. So, percentage of eligible Jewish population that's living in each country. 51%. State of Israel and West Bank combined is 30%. So, I think you might be mistaken. I'm not going to check every citation on the wiki, though. So, like, you could still be right, but the wiki would have to be wrong. And as a general rule of thumb, I will trust the wiki over... unless I have a reason to think. So... but also, not every Jew in Israel voted for Netanyahu. Does that mean Nazis were leftists because they were called socialists? Not everyone is the name they represented. Yeah, okay. I still formulated my question and response such that these guys... they did. Such that it... I am giving you as much leeway as possible in order that you answer the question that I was asking you, which is to say, even if they weren't Muslim, what do you think of their policy regarding the Jews in Israel? Even if you think they're not Muslim, what do you think of the policy specifically involving the removal of all Jews from Israel/Palestine? And if they won't leave, killing them instead. This is the most civil stream online. This ain't Hassan's stream. I hate broken sorting. Me too. Broken sorting is actually just super obnoxious. Where are we having pop problems specifically? I think Pearl Fields is kind of a little bit low. But then maybe we want to actually attract pops up here. There's a lot of resources up here that we aren't able to properly utilize. Traction gets super high, people immediately leave. Okay. Implying that Hassan's stream is misleading. Civil might be a little misleading, yeah. I'm not a fan of Hassan. Implying that a stream of large streamers, damn, shots fired, bang bang, generalist confirmed, small streamer, except I am. Just finished the freight video, man, that'd be so cool with the whole concept. Yeah, I would really like it too. Some people have responded to it. I might make like a response to some people's response. They don't really like what I'm doing with the freight, but also I think that their like objections are largely like more meta level objections, where I was trying to operate within the confines of the certain system, the current systems, and they kind of want entirely new systems, and so it's not really the meta like consideration of what I was trying to do with that suggestion is like not necessarily in there. We spent about an hour debating it because this was right around the time Trump won the election, so the Handmaid's Tale was being talked around in the area. If they refuse to leave, that's fine, but they cannot complain if we take over their electricity like they did Gaza. They could leave if they don't like it. Oh, so you think that they should be denied utilities if they stay? So smiley face, winky face. So we should have... Okay, so your proposition is that the people who are not Muslims, because you said that they weren't Muslims, take over all of Israel, and then... they are turned into, we have apartheid, right? Because we don't give them utilities, whereas we give not Muslims, we give the not Muslims that aren't Jewish, we give them utilities or allow them access to utilities, but not the Jews. I'm fundamentally opposed to apartheid. I don't like what's happening in the West Bank, which is effectively apartheid, so I'm not a fan of that. But I think by your logic, you couldn't be like that disapproving of how the Muslims or not Muslims in the West Bank are being treated. He's dodging it because he has the same belief as Hamas. That's kind of what I suspect. With the fact that what he said in his response is that he wants them to not have access to utilities as a result of their religious and or ethnic background, because Israeli is like this weird double thing where it's like both an ethnicity and a religion. So a lot of Palestinians are also not from Palestine, because most of the region got a massive immigration from 1880 through 45. Yeah. Oh, we have so much like infamy to go through. I think we're supposed to be adding construction. How are we doing with the pops? I mean, we're kind of coming up. We should actually just really hard target getting like population centers into our market. 20 months. Hamas attack was the cause of them stopping providing electricity. Yeah, I mean, like, the treatment of the West Bank wasn't exactly, like, ideal. But even before the 7th, I think that the way that they were treating was being problematic. But if you think it's okay if the Jews do it to the Israelis that don't want to leave, then I don't think you can be critical of Israel doing it anymore. Unless you just think that only Muslims or not Muslims are worthy of moral consideration, in which case I'm not receptive to your moral arguments, because they aren't from a position of like humanism / egalitarianism, because they're favoring one group over another, which just like fundamentally is not how I do a moral calculus. Which we opened up on. The opening to all this was, I believe that atheism somehow rots out morality. You could do single party state. I'm not sure we would necessarily like that though. We could put in some censorship as well. Oh, we have so much bureaucracy, I don't like it. I think that this state, since it's so far from incorporation anyways, and is probably eating like infinite telephones, probably just doesn't need to, eh? I'm an Israeli Jewish, and there are 7.2 Jews in Israel and about 5 million in the U.S. Then the wiki must be wrong. I don't have. I'm not necessarily gonna go on a fact-finding like type of search hunt on it, because I also think that the implication that brought up the statistic to begin with, I think, is also just incorrect. That I don't think what Netanyahu's government does is not necessarily reflective of all Israelis, although it's certainly reflective of a large portion. Yeah. You just block juicers. Juice. Democratic People's Republic of Korea oddly is not a democracy at all as well. Yeah, but I think that Hamas is like Muslim. Like I disagree with the assertion that they're not. But the point is they don't even need to be like Muslim for me to like make my response. So I can just like ignore that. Israel also blocks a lot of imports, so Gaza could not have independent power generation. And a lot of the stuff you'd use to create power generation can be used for military purposes as well. So, like, they have this, they have, like a lot of the cement that had been imported to Gaza was not used for the construction of buildings, but it was instead used for the construction of tunnels, right? Which Israel doesn't want. So, like, it incentivizes Israel to, like, crack down on letting them import certain things. But, like, also I think that Israel's, like, kind of had the objective of keeping them, like, their head just above water as well. So, like, I don't think Israel was acting in, like, necessarily a super good faith sort of way, vis-a-vis how Gaza was treated before the 7th. If they didn't spend the money the UN gave them on rockets instead of infrastructure, they would have had independent electricity. I don't know if this is necessarily the case, but they would have definitely been better off. Yeah, but this is also like one of the problems. Cement piping that's supposed to go towards ability, like piping that was supposed to get used to put in the ground to transport water instead gets used on creating like low grade missiles. Like, yeah. So, Jewish is not an ethnicity. I'm not a Nazi. Any Jew who converts brother is my brother, and I do not consider him evil. Alhamdulillah. Or I don't know how to pronounce the last word. Well, see, I think if you discriminate on the basis of religious, I don't think that removes any, like, first of all, it's dually an ethnicity and a religion. But if you want to just consider it only a religion, which is not how the Jews consider it at all, then even if you do that, I think that if you want to treat everyone who is not of your religion as a second-class citizen, then I don't think your religion is coming to, like, moral results. Because you're viewing them, people who don't have the same belief as you, as being less than human and less worthy of moral consideration. And I, like, I think that religion allows for, like, to make the atheist argument somewhat, religion allows for these types of patterns to happen. Where you're saying that, like, 80% of the world's population is not morally worthy of utilities. You're 85 years in the game, impossible. We all know you're supposed to start a new game every year, pretty much. We're probably supposed to start a new game next stream. They aren't spending the money to buy rockets, they are spending them on construction materials that allows them to tunnel and smuggle rockets. Yeah, exactly. What's the government situation in Syria looking like right now? I don't know exactly what's going on in Syria. I can't comment to this. Some of the other people might be able to, though. we supposed to add some construction? Also, are pops finally moving around in our country? I feel like we've had low population in these areas for like forever now. I guess they're kind of moving around, but it's like, bro, it's slow going. We have not gotten very many mass migrations. I kind of want to switch to multiculturalism just to see if we actually get the mass migrations going. Has anyone done like a multiculturalism versus cultural exclusion? Is like the difference in migration absolutely huge? I haven't done it since the changes. They go back where they came from. Yeah, a lot of them were born in Israel. So yeah, Amir, please don't call people names. We're trying to keep it civil, or relatively. Glad to see journalists is behind on chat as usual. Yeah, it do be like that. It's hard because I'm trying to respond to everything. I'm responding to a lot less stuff here, trying to get through it though. To be honest, it feels like you're experiencing moral decay, Muhammad, considering that you support Hamas, a non-Muslim organization that aims to kill people in the name of their beliefs. Yeah. Half of Israeli Jewish ancestors were expelled from Muslim countries. Where should they go? Their countries of origin don't want them. This is also... I forgot that that was a big part of it, too. Wait, we are involved in a war? Say it ain't so. We do want to annex Ardor at some point. We'll send out multiple guys to try and wind this up pretty quick. So no religious liberty. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Or religious liberty for Muslims specifically. The other day I asked if you thought you would be a good janissary, and you gave a very convoluted answer. So now do you think you would be a good trebuchet operator? Would have been a good trebuchet operator? Well, if I was born in the Middle Ages when trebuchets were used, I would have had a wildly different upbringing. So it's really difficult for me to respond to that. But if I came out now, or if I came out then as I am now, I would probably be okay at operating a trebuchet, yeah. Hey, Poplop. Hell yeah, I get to catch journalists live. At least for now. We're probably not going to go too much longer. The topic of discussion has been religion the past, like, hour and a half. Well, then he would be a false convert, then? Oh, yeah, forgot about that. I believe those ones don't count. I'm unsure you'd consider it an example of coexistence, given the vast majority of nations are cohesive enough to not fall apart with immigration of any arbitrary one has imposed. What you'd consider an example of coexistence? I think that's not directed at me. It's crazy because so much of what you're saying is completely incorrect, but we can't debate over every chat every little comment. For me, everything I've said is incorrect. Okay. I obviously don't think what I've been saying is incorrect, but yeah, there's an asymmetry here. There's not much I can do about it, except for having people on call, but I don't want to do that. Because to some extent, we're still trying to convert everyone to being rats. We haven't really converted much of anyone. We still need more migration. The problem is we need to sometimes... We're probably supposed to go total separation just so we can get more migrants. If this makes a big enough difference. I think that's what we're supposed to try and do. Yeah, speaking of religious tolerance, because we can't go multiculturalism in order to make everyone rats. The only solution to Palestine-Israel at this point is joint UN force enforcing some sort of secular government on the area for several generations. Yeah, I think it'll take generational, like, concerted effort to get the good ending. I think the bad ending is possible, which is that one side completely eliminates the other, which would be a way of ending the conflict that would be horrifying. But I certainly don't think what Israel's doing now is helping any, really. Because I think you'd have to be an idiot to think that they aren't just radicalizing a ton of people by, you know, killing their families. I think that they kind of don't care. But yeah, the UN stepping in and making some sort of thing, I think would maybe be some sort of thing, but also the UN will be accused of being wildly biased by both sides, I have to imagine. I guess maybe they could unite over that contempt for the UN. Also, could just, if you guys can't play nice, nobody gets it, and just deport everyone and have no one live in that land. I don't think that there's any political will for enacting that, but that also, I think, would potentially solve the problem. Multiculturalism gives way more migration? Yeah. I assume you're responding to my question from earlier, which for you would have been, like, real time. That's unfortunate. Because we can't go it if we want to convert people to being rats. Very big portion of the Jews in Israel are from Muslim countries that can't go back, yeah. Generals, it seems that your entire goal is, how do I suck Yiddish cock the hardest? Yeah, I mean, I think you're really not listening, more reading between the lines, but, considering I've had plenty of negative things to say about Israel. Generals holding his atheist beliefs would make him a false convert. Yep. Sorry for the rude language. It's okay, I'm just trying to... I'd rather it stay civil. In general, I don't mind as much if it's directed towards me, relative to directed towards each other. But we also might, yeah, this is 100+ viewer chat velocity with 40 viewers. It is a little bit rough. Yeah, we talk about religion and everyone kind of lost their mind. As a Turk, I can comment on the Syria thingy. Basically, a Kurdish zone is supported by America. The mostly Syrian government is supported by others. America said they will continue to support Kurdistan. Interesting. Create Israel and Germany. Well, I mean, a second ago you said you were okay with them staying, just as long as they didn't have access to utilities. I think you are built like a trebuchet operator for sure. Pulling back those strings was pretty hard, I think. Oh yeah, if it's a physically demanding thing, I thought it was more of an engineering thing. If it's physically demanding, I'm relatively strong. Well, it depends who you're comparing me to. The truth hurts. Compared to professional strength athletes, I'm not that strong. But most other metrics I would be considered strong. Why did Palestine have to suffer for what Germany did? Well, Palestine was not a country. It was like land that was owned by I think Turkey before the war, and then Britain after the war. But I mean, you just want to have like second-class citizens. I don't know. Basically, every Western country is having some degree of immigration crisis, which is damaging its stability. It might be true that immigration destabilizes, although this is less of a broader kind of discussion on immigration, or we're not discussing that as much right now, but I'm generally pro-freedom of movement despite that. Establish New Israel in old West German territory. I don't think that that's like, there are Israelis who have been there for like multiple generations now. Like, the Israeli claim on the land that they're currently in is stronger than their claim on West Germany. Like, Now, if I could go back and decide where they go, I probably would not have, like, created Israel to begin with. But that's not the context we're living in now. We're living in the context where they're there. Jews were in Palestine even before Islam existed. This is true. But I mean, like, I think the who's more justified to be there arguments are always kind of silly, because I think it's like always just like people already know who they think should be justified, and there's enough sort of arguments for both sides that you can just cherry pick the arguments you think are good. Because there was like a pretty big layover between when like the land was like entirely Israeli. There were too many Turks there for that to work. Yeah. Jews think the same, but Judaism began with Adam. I mean, yeah, that's fair. Jews live in Germany right now, do they? Yeah, but not entirely. And also that Germany didn't create a new state using German land to give to the Jews. They're living in there as Jewish citizens. I mean, I think the project of having a land that is entirely decided by your ethnic / religious group, or is the express reason is to have a particular ethnic religious group, I'm not a fan of that as a humanist and egalitarian. Also, like, one of the reasons why, like, the right of return they'll never be a fan of that is because that would mean more Palestinian voters than, like, more Palestinian voters that aren't Jewish than Jewish voters. And so Israel doesn't really believe in actual democracy. They believe in democracy. Well, it's more of a pseudo-theocracy / nationalism, because they won't accept contexts in which the overwhelming number of voters in there are Jewish, either ethnically or religiously. What about the descendants of Jews who were forcibly expelled from Muslim countries during the second half of the 20th century? I think he wants them to go to some place that's not Muslim land, I think, is his argument. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, type of thing. Which is to say that the moral justification, I think the crux of it is, I think he thinks the moral justification that they might have to the land doesn't count because they're not Muslim. Because I think he would have a problem with the apartheid that is experienced in the West Bank, but doesn't have a problem with a version of apartheid where the Jewish people are denied utilities if the land were to be taken over. Catching the back end is what I expect, mostly fine. Pretty impressed you have these conversations with chat so calmly and diligently. Thank you. I mean, it's a little bit difficult. Let's build some more industries. I don't think we built any. We unlocked the tech, but we never built it. I think we're now, like, getting to the point where we're getting close to researching all the tech. We are super not used to actually researching this tech at all, to be honest. Also means we have to, like, I kind of hate that you can't upgrade the siege artillery to tanks. It bothers me. Oh, we didn't want to really upgrade all the units, whatever, it's not that big a deal. They're all going to upgrade to mech infantry. Is it time to delete the universities? No, let's get dough rollers first, dogs. Hatred of minority scales the number of people in said minority. Jews in Germany are very small minorities that aren't a problem for the Turks, but would be more of a problem in larger numbers. I don't know if they would be a problem. But whether or not they're a problem in Germany is not as much the issue. Can you beat Goku? Depends on what. In chess, probably. Okay, if Germany and France love them so much they can always send more money to slaughter kids, why not just let them all come there? Yeah, well... it's like fundamentally operating from like a different kind of starting point. In terms of you believe because they're not Muslim, they're not worthy of moral consideration. I'm also not 100% sure I bite that you wouldn't be okay with them just being exterminated. But that's not what you said, so... I think if you're okay with someone not receiving utilities because they're a certain religion, you probably won't mind too much if they die. But that is not the position you expressed. But in terms of reaching moral, like, degradation, we have a very different understanding of morality. In that you think it applies specifically to Muslims and not all people. Return Palestine to the Roman Empire, basically. Can you imagine? Let's not make the conversation overly sexual, because I don't want that showing up in the chat and the VOD. On the top of the screen here. Palestine was a country. I heard a shit ton of intelligence reports that Palestinians sold the land to Jews immigrated, the land they bought. I do not support Israel. Well, I mean, Israel's definitely, like, just taken land. Like, straight up, just, like, kick people out of their houses that they're living in. Or people in Israel might be the better way to characterize it. In times of Judea and Samaria, there were still people believing there were different beliefs, and they were shunned by the Jews. Yeah. The U.S. has low unemployment and thousands of immigrants at the border. The job availability solution, but we can't utilize due to misguided fear of immigrants. Yeah, I'm generally pro-immigration. So... Or not pro-immigration, I'm pro-freedom of movement. Although I don't think everyone should get citizenship. I'm a little bit more cagey about that. Wow, we really had that hitch up quite strongly. What was that about? I understand. Wait, it's not giving us a war. This is what happened up north. It just didn't give us a war. We just lost the land. Bro, that's obnoxious. That is why our SOL popped up, but that's obnoxious as hell. What is that? Am I missing something? Did I somehow miss the war? I don't think I did. I wasn't sure I missed the war here, but I'm pretty sure I didn't miss this war. I wonder if this is the mod. If this is the mod, we probably won't start another game on this mod. That's kind of frustrating. Main downside of immigration is it drains all the smart people from the poor countries. Yeah, I was hearing, I read like a kind of argument that there was the new colonialism, which I thought was an interesting argument. That the brain drain was the new methodology of extractionism. It's not about extracting resources, it's about extracting intelligent people. Journalists, have you heard about changing the historic map? They look at all the locations and rotate them once in the Bible. So what they call Israel is Scandinavia. This is a fact in the Old Testament. I do not recall that in my reading of the Old Testament, unless you're referring to the Quran. But don't they, like, all share the Old Testament? I do not recall the rotating of, like, locations. At all. Pseudo-theocracy and nationalism? What are we talking this guy seriously? He has no idea what he's talking about. Huh. He brought up the discussion. Everyone seems to be wanting to engage. I mean, yeah. I think you guys can tell I've kind of, like, reached the point where I'm to some degree satisfied. You're a Muslim, why are you citing the Bible? Well, I mean, he was citing the Bible earlier, which doesn't make much sense if you're going to argue against me, because the Bible's not what I believe in. So, in terms of making my position incorrect, it doesn't really do that. Calling Israel a theocracy is wild. It's not that wild. I mean, look, like, one of the reasons why the two-state solution peace talks broke down in regards to the right of return is because Israel specifically didn't want to allow there to be more non-Jewish Palestinians than there were people who were Jewish. Like, they're a democracy, but they're a democracy where they will not allow a certain demographic type to take the majority in their nation. And that demographic type is a partial nationalistic, partial religious form of group. So it's not entirely unreasonable. Why is enacting security measures against the people you are at war with considered apartheid? The people who live there do not have the same freedom of movement. So the people in the West Bank who are Jewish have more freedom of movement than the people who are not Jewish in the West Bank, or who are not Israeli citizens. In terms of the security measures, I think that is apartheid, right? It's because he's playing Mice Faction, yeah. Yeah, the title has to do with us playing the Mice Faction. What is the title even of the stream? I hope it's not something too crazy in the context of religion. Because we did not start talking about religion initially. Or, like, that wasn't the point of the stream. Is it still bigotry if you're small? Yeah, it's... That's because we're playing mice. It is because we are playing mice. And we're planning on trying to convert everyone, but that's really not... We're really not getting the migration levels that we need to try and turn everyone into mice. And I'm really kind of frustrated with this. So I think this is going to be the last episode in this series. Because one of the reasons we were taking these high population centers is we were trying to get them to come over to our country. After which point, when they came over to our country, we could start assimilating them, because we can't assimilate them in homelands. But we can't grab these high pop states and try and assimilate them because they get these separatist movements. And the only way to stop the separatist movements would be going multiculturalism, and then if we're multiculturalism, we can't assimilate. So maybe this is a mod thing to prevent that. I know the mod wants to specifically prevent you from assimilating pops. Because assimilating a pop, like, racially in the United States makes even more sense than turning, you know, a crocodile into a mouse, so... Rat-tarded. No mistaking the Old Testament literal, and recently a skepticism rejection of literalism was a trait from most Islamic theory and philosophy. So the rats are living well, nearly 20 SOL. Yeah, it's because we don't have enough pops. We were gonna flood the earth with our pops, but honestly, like, we don't have as many pops as we need. We've reached a really late game position as well here. Oh boy. Like, look at the amount of pops we have here. And pop growth. Third of a million a year, 27 million pops. I think this might be the most populous state. We would check, but the thing doesn't let us sort right now, which is kind of a disappointment. The state we took was 18 million. To be fair, these guys allow freedom of movement, so maybe we'll still get some of those pops anyways, but this is kind of frustrating. Because I think that with that bug, it's actually really hard for us to try and do this. Islam enforces its dogmatic morality on anyone, no matter if they're Muslim or not. You can see that in any place that has a Muslim majority. Well, I mean, I think that this is somewhat Muhammad's position as well. That if you're Muslim, you should be treated differently. You should have access to the full benefits of society. And if you're not, you shouldn't. At which point, like, I don't know. At this point, we're talking about, like, one group versus another group. In a way that I think is somewhat unambiguously that. Right, so. I think what Israel is doing to the people in Gaza is terrible because they're indiscriminately, in my opinion, not particularly discriminately engaging in a lot of killing. But Muhammad's like argument that it's a moral degeneracy. I think if the shoe is on the other foot, he would not be making the same type of argument. Can we expel all the lizard people, please? Disgusting scalies, unless they convert to being rats, of course. Yes. Yes. The joke was we wanted to convert everyone to being a rat and being vermin, because this is always the nomenclature you use, or hopefully that you use, but one uses when they are referring to, like, the ethnically inferior or, like, other person. Like, they always call them stuff like vermin. So we wanted to become the vermin and make everyone else a vermin with us. Pretty sure this VOD's getting demonetized already, mate. Which is a shame if it does. Somehow the gender one's not demonetized. I don't know how that happened. What irks me the most is conflicts with people's ability to see nuance. This is kind of my position. They just say, like, you're the rejoinder if you want to try and be nuanced is that you're just like a little bitch that doesn't want to take a side. Or actually, it's not even that. If you're trying to be nuanced, anyone who supports Palestine will call you, like, Israeli scum, and anyone who supports Israel will call you, like, I don't know, Palestinian scum, whatever it is. That is just, like, the response. I mean, we already got it. Someone said we, like, sucked on Jewish dick or something. I didn't see any plays regarding the Lost Land. I didn't see them either. It's actually just kind of really bricks the strategy quite a bit. Because they just, like, left... And we can't even take it back. We can get them as a subject. I mean, we were working on trying to pull this guy into block eventually. We're at the point where we would be able to swap construction out. We obviously can't go religion. But... Actually, let's increase the migration quota. Let's just actually, even right now, before we... I think this increases the exodus from the countries we rule over as well. And then it's not until we get this that we have to care about arts academies and universities. We probably want to start building these things. Live in a major city, crime ridden. How's the sleep study? The sleep study was real good. I actually have like a photo that like looks like I got like splooge all over my face because of like some of the stuff that they had to apply in order to get like the neurodes on. Maybe show it. It went really well, or it went really bad, which means that it went really well in the sense that I didn't even enter REM sleep as I was sleeping as I sleep normally. And then they hooked me up to a CPAP machine, and then with the CPAP machine, I had like the best, like I felt more rested after that than like ever before. See, it looks like splooge on my face and beard. But I felt more rested than like ever before. That I have in a really long time. And the idea that I might just not be entering REM sleep as I sleep normally would really go to explaining why I feel tired all the time. Like I feel tired right now because I didn't sleep with the CPAP, but I got highly disrupted sleep where I had a bunch of stuff hooked up to my face and head and all this type of stuff, and I still came out like feeling really, really good. Like real good. Like I felt amazing the next day with just like 3 hours of like CPAP sleep. So I'm like literally just not breathing in my sleep because my neck is so big. Part of it is I'm really overweight, but even if I was like lean, being muscular like doesn't help. I guess we're economy of scaling. That's wild as hell. That we somehow can't, do we just have a shortage of phones? Holy hell. Also saying, I've not seen it, so it's not happening is the most uninformed opinion a person could give. Yeah, asserting that something's not happening, but at a certain point, like, kind of. If you've never looked, it's a asinine opinion. But if you've, like, looked for evidence of a thing, and then you can't find evidence of that thing, and then asserting that it's not happening is not, like, unreasonable. Like, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to assert that unicorns don't exist, because I haven't seen any. But, yeah. Before the Crusades, they took all the historic records and rotated them once to allow them to lay claim to what they call Israel. Jesus lived in Scandinavia or Germany. That's just like... you just have to believe that basically every piece of historical record is like incorrect, including, and somehow... in the Crusades, they managed to find, you know, things that we have since then found that were over 1,000 years old and were buried from a time before the Crusades started to now, and somehow changed all of those as well. Jesus did not live in Scandinavia or Germany. I think you're misinformed. Much like most of us, I think you're operating in some kind of... Yeah, that's like, I think you're just categorically incorrect, like, on that. They have total separation in the church in... are you talking about Israel? Yeah, but if their policy is such that they... If they're a democracy and their policy is such that they prevent specific things... So, like, one of the reasons that they have for not allowing the right of return for Palestinians is that they don't want to dilute the amount of votes. It's because they would not be able to continue to be a democracy and still have it be, like, a proper Jewish state. It may be in their constitution, but I'm saying in terms of the practice and the whole sinking of two-state solution on that grounds, it's like it's one thing that they're not going to ever allow the right of return. If it would allow more Palestinians in than they have people who are Jewish. And I think they refer to themselves as like a Jewish state, like, but it's like Jewish in an ethnic sense when they mean it, but yeah. Why would you grant that to your enemy in a war? It doesn't make it apartheid. Because there are, in the West Bank, there are Palestinians and Israelis living there. Well, then you have your citizens. If you're considering what's going on in the West Bank a war, then you have your citizens living in foreign territory. I mean, you can't be a war unless you recognize another state. And Israel doesn't recognize a state in, like, and isn't at war with them. I don't know. Maybe you're responding to something else. A lot of the Arabs living in Gaza were working and had rights in Israel. Yeah. I mean, Perfect Poops, I understand your argument. Like, in that, like, the measures, in my opinion, probably do lead to less terrorist attacks, but it doesn't make them not apartheid. Like, that they are practically useful and justifiable in some sense doesn't make them not apartheid, much in the same way that, like, hiding behind civilians, using them as meat shields is effective, but that doesn't make it morally okay. Right? I think I'm more okay with security checkpoints than I am that, but also there's an asymmetry in how laws are enforced in the West Bank. Generally speaking, and this is a matter of enforcement, not what the laws they themselves say, so this is a different thing, but generally speaking, the people who are, like, abusing Palestinians in the West Bank that are Israeli aren't ever really brought up for prosecution, or are asymmetrically brought up for prosecution. And that is, like, a problem. Yeah, the Egyptians and the Jordans also don't want them, is another thing. Nationalistic opera, speaking of. Let's cancel the revolution. But we're just gonna lose this land if it revs? God, that's so stupid. So we just have to pass multiculturalism to avoid losing land we take. I guess? Has anyone experienced this in vanilla at all? The revs, let me know. The claims for the Crusade were based on the Byzantine Empire owning Palestine before the Muslims conquered it. They literally made a stop to get it in writing. Interesting. My dad has that issue. He has to wear an oxygen mask to bed these days. Yeah, that's what the CPAP is. It's actually not like an oxygen mask. It's like a positive pressure mask. Or maybe he has... sorry, maybe your dad has to wear an oxygen mask. What I wore was a positive pressure mask, so it made it so that, like, it's constantly blowing air, which makes exhaling harder, but it makes it so when I inhale, like, my airways completely open up. Having that information must feel amazing. I know. It also makes me, like, I'm frustrated right now because I can't get a CPAP until I meet with my, like, primary care doctor and get them to prescribe it. Because I would love to be hooked up to one right away. Are you going to go with a CPAP then? Yeah. You're going to find an example of someone who's skilled in one area and therefore thinks you're intelligent about everything else? Your political knowledge is laughable? I mean, if you watch through the stream, I repeatedly claim that I don't know a lot about a lot of things, so I really... Okay, man. I think you disagree with me, and that's why you think I'm an idiot. I think you have a very superficial accounting of like what I know in politics. Also, I don't think my politics and political knowledge is like super expansive. But I also think, yeah, like your perspective of it is just like incredibly superficial. Every time they attack Israel, they lose more land. Yeah, I was not a fan of Israel, like, occupying the Golan Heights. I think that's out of line. Your dad has one, he's not overweight, sometimes it's just genetics. Yeah, I had really, really big tonsils when I was a kid. Yikes. Well, that's a problem. Dog, why do we have 2 industrialist groups? Get out of here. We do have the Cautious Musketeer, though. We're staying at like this 10% peasant line pretty comfortably. Losing this is such a big deal, though. I just don't think we can... I think there's no other laws we really want to pass here. I mean, we could enact more censorship stuff, but... I don't even think we'd use the oil turbine PM. Actually, maybe would it if it's blubber. It is blubber. I think we'd probably use it, so... I've never seen a loud car drive by your house, therefore it's sufficient evidence that it doesn't... they exist. But there is sufficient evidence that they exist, yeah. Or I'm using a soundboard and I live in the middle of nowhere. Can you imagine? They have a problem with letting more Arabs in, that the danger of October 7th gets higher. Yeah, I'm not trying to say it's not complicated. And that they don't have, like, a reasoning for doing it, but I absolutely think that there's an asymmetry in the way that Palestinians and Israelis are treated. And also, even if you have that, the selective enforcement of, like, crimes and, like, criminal behavior is, like, not one that you can, like, justify. Like, when someone goes out and they beat up a bunch of Palestinians, right? Like, and they don't get charged with assault. That's not specific in the law, though. That's in the execution of the law. And one of the problems is, like, a really big portion of the IDF is the same portion of people who are aggressively settling in the West Bank, deep into the West Bank, just to make a two-state solution harder. So there are people who are interested in the active project of Israel annexing the entirety of the West Bank. And these are generally the people I see as more problematic. Your... the fact that they occupy a very large share of the IDF also is going to create problems. Which, like, there can be an official military policy, although, to be fair, I don't think Netanyahu is particularly sympathetic to the Palestinian people. But there's two things. It's like there's a policy that's a problem morally, and then secondarily, the people implementing policy implement it immorally. And so, like, there's a problem on the latter side in terms of, like, making it, like, functionally apartheid, which is, like, distinct from, ooh... I haven't researched this in forever. Didn't used to just give straight up offense to everyone. That's incredible. How's the denial of return to protect an ethno-state justification for apartheid and genocide? How's denial of A right to return to protect an ethnostate, a justification for apartheid and genocide. I don't think that's directed at me. There are many nation states that are democracies. Why is Israel singled out in this way? Well, because the right to return is like a topic, like for Israel, in the same way that like right to return is not like a topic for like Mexico regarding the U.S. returning to the lands that the U.S. I mean, if someone wanted to raise it, like saying our ancestors lived there, so we should be able to live there. I also don't have a problem with freedom of movement, generally speaking. I'm like pro freedom of movement. I think denial of freedom of movement is bad. So, but you're if you're living in the U.S. and you have a green card, it's not the case that they stop you between states and like don't let you pass and let people who have like citizenship, like the freedom of movement. I mean, to some degree, entering the country there's a differential, but once you're in the country, there's not like a system with like asymmetric stuff. I'm not saying there's no civilization in Gaza, but Jesus did not live there, and neither did Israel locate there. In the Testament, all Jews describes Scandinavia. Also, Jews are white, which there are Jews that are non-white. There are like. So did this guy just leave? Or they get annexed? Wait, what the hell? Oh, that's so stupid. They go to annex these guys and we didn't side with either side. I'm not even sure we can, because I don't think we could side with the subject of a subject, but they just both get independence. I'm gonna try and rectify that. I think we might, maybe we just try and catch up with chat and then call it, because we've also had a really long stream at this point. People are on their way out. But on the facts of the matter of like the historical record of like Israel, I just think you're like incredibly wrong, and like there's not like a bridge for like a conversational bridge there. Like just saying the Jews never lived in that region at any point ever is just like, yeah. I haven't asked him too much about it. Those is related to sleep apnea. That's the correct spelling of sleep apnea. I'm not sure what you're asking. But that's why we had the sleep study. It's the apnea. Let's see if we can do... Is this mod just kind of like broken in some of these spots? So we can specifically side with these guys, but we can't side with these other guys. Bro, that's so stupid. Oh no, wait. They're just attacking our subject. Got it. I take it all back. It's not silly. At the time of Jesus, Jews also didn't speak Yiddish or Hebrew, they spoke Aramaic, yeah. Unsure what you might have. I have apnea. I don't breathe in the middle of the sleep, so like my brain and my extremities aren't getting enough oxygen. I think the Hamid guy is trolling. I don't think he is. But I also think that, like, the Jews never were in Israel to begin with is just categorically, like, for that to be true, basically my entire knowledge of history has to be false. Like, categorically entire knowledge of history. Which I just, don't think it is. Certainly possible, I suppose, but I think it's more likely that, Muhammad is encountering facts that supports his narrative and is choosing to accept those facts than, like, my entire knowledge of history is, like, wrong. Oil flows from the very core of the earth via a vein river system, and they are the blessing of Allah. Interesting. Syria didn't attack, then they wouldn't get Golan Heights? No, Mir, you misunderstand what I'm saying. My understanding is that Israel has occupied more of the Golan Heights now than they had before. As Syria, with the fall of the Assad, they moved more troops in and took more territory. Which the justification for is, like, we're creating a buffer. I don't think that's, like, a legitimate reason to annex territory. When the new regime hasn't done anything to Israel. No, yeah, I'm sure we'll get to the... I'm a little behind, but I do think it was a different thing. There also weren't reparations, there's no peace deal between the two. Alright, we'll land these guys with our big boy tanks. We actually should have, we should have sent over some troops. Let's send over some troops to defend over here. Scholar, you feel next century's scholarly commentary regarding this period IRL is the time regarding asymmetric information and communications access. Yeah, I mean, like, so I joke a lot when I say, instead of saying big if true, I say true if big. But honestly, just the ability to repeat information makes it seem true. So, like, the ability to disinform and misinform is at, like, an all-time high, and then also there's asymmetric access to information, too. And there's also, like, access problems as the result of censorship and these types of things. And we're very much fighting in, like, I think it's, like, the age of attention, because it's not the ability to have the information, it's the ability to process the information that is available and also direct people's attention to particular narratives. But yeah, we went from the industrial age to, like, the information age, and now we're entering the, like, attention age. Or we're in the attention age. We're, like, in it. Israel's been occupying Golan Heights. I believe, my understanding is they took more land. But yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with the first taking of the Golan Heights. I'm talking about the more recent one, but I guess I gotta catch up. Right to return beyond voting demographics will not happen until terrorism stops, and even then stops for a long time. I mean, I think that Israel is disinterested in ever letting Israel not be primarily Jewish in any sort of situation. Or the current ruling party, I suppose, of Israel, or kind of like any ruling party. Freedom of movement isn't inalienable either. No, I think if you're a criminal, I think there's reasons by which you can get excluded from society or you don't belong to society anymore. Like, I think if you're a criminal, you shouldn't be allowed to move. But I think that the onus is on the state to provide a reason. Like, the status quo is freedom of movement if you can find, like, a job in another place. And I don't think that, I think if you can't, then, or sorry, if you... The burden is on the state to provide a reason for denying entry rather than on the person seeking entry to provide justification. Great stream. Thanks, Jonas Gaming. You're welcome. Perfect Boobs. Although I feel like you're doing that right after disagreeing with me, so I don't know if that's sarcastic. Thank you if that isn't sarcastic. I suppose I get, well, yeah. Current government of Syria should at least try to get a deal. Yeah, I mean, like, I think Israel's argument is not, like, logically incoherent. Like, tactically it makes sense to try and create a bigger buffer zone, but, like, I don't think they have a reason for taking more land. To be fair, I could be misinformed on this front, and they didn't actually take more land, but that's what I heard reported. And if that's true, I don't think Israel has a reason to take more land. Could be the case that it's not true, but... It's not like Israel wants a stable Syria right now, they just want to annex Golan. Yeah. Your name is Mahmoud, not Muhammad. I apologize. I thought it was... His name is Mahmoud, not Muhammad. I apologize. I thought it was just a different spelling for Muhammad. I'm not used to seeing... that used to seeing Arabic names. I apologize if I've been misnaming him. That was not my intent. By the way, Journalist Gaming, I would be very cautious while reading books specifically on this conflict because sides are extremely, and I mean extremely partisan in this conflict. I am aware that that's like, yep, a thing. I read from the book series What You Need to Know, which is put out by Oxford University Press. I read something from before October 7th that I thought was fairly well balanced and did not... the basic thesis of the book is it's complicated, and that's kind of the position I'm operating under at this current point in time. But that was from before October 7th. Reading something post-October 7th that's been published since then is probably just going to be like a wild ride. I don't know if... It's hard to imagine that the information will be necessarily high quality. Are we still, like, paying for the incorporation over here or something? What gives? Why are we in such a huge deficit? Books may funnel you into an accurate point of view from one side. It's better to read a lot of smaller analysis on the matter. Yeah, I generally try and read books from both sides when I read about a given topic. We're getting close to caught up. I read the Syrian Druze committees near the Golan Heights applied to be annexed by Israel instead of remaining in an uncertain Syria. So... Someone petitioning to be annexed is always like a weird, complicated thing because you don't know if that group is motivated or funded by another side or this type of thing. Like in Ukraine... This is Putin's argument for the Donbass region, right? That they want to be annexed by Russia and they want to be independent and this type of stuff. But it's really just like Russian annexation of Ukrainian land, so it's a little bit difficult. Also, I don't know if a group wants to leave a country, I'm not certain. There's a certain point where their justification is probably legitimate, and then a certain point where it's not. Like, I don't think Texas should be allowed to leave. If the Texan legislator, the state legislature, voted to leave the United States, I don't think they should be allowed to leave the United States, for example. I did read it. That's good that you think that. I'm not sure what that refers to. Mahmoud says, I'll explain again because you moron don't get it. Yeah, during the Crusade, the Catholic Church renamed all the eastern places they'd like to cover by one equal location that was rotated once on the map. No, I understood what you're saying. I think there's too much archaeological evidence that is just completely and wildly like not in alignment with that, including texts that have been discovered between the times that were written from a time before the Crusades, up until now, which support the like record of like the Middle East, like there were Jewish people there, like these people would have, Christians, in order for this to be true, the Catholics during the Crusades would have not only had to have burned every book and changed every book, they would have had to have ripped up every piece of archaeological evidence from the earth and then changed that and then returned it to the earth, and also somehow not messed up with the carbon dating on those pieces of work. So I think that is less likely than whatever source you're coming from, which you're not citing any source, is incorrect. Yeah, they took more land, says Connor. That is what I heard, and so if they took more land, I don't think they're justified in that. Won't really know until the conflict's over, but it's buffer against the fallout. Yep, I certainly think it tactically makes sense. If Canada took American land because they're uncertain about what Donald Trump's going to do, because he's talking about making them a 51st state, I think that tactically might make sense. Well, no, tactically it'd be moronic, because then you'd be fighting the USA, but like, you understand? Like, it's not a justification for taking the territory. There's a city called Jerusalem in Germany where Jesus lived. It's not Jerusalem, the fact with a lot of evidence that's power play by the Catholics. Yeah, but when were the Dead Sea Scrolls dug up? Wouldn't that be an instance of one that came from before the Crusades that was discovered after the Crusades? Okay. So your position is one of what they did during the Crusade, right? So, not that I'm a fan of necessarily invoking Wikipedia, but Dead Sea Scrolls were written in 3rd century BCE. This is before the Crusades, no? If I'm not mistaken, the Dead Sea Scrolls were written in mostly Hebrew, but Aramaic and Greek. They were ancient Jewish manuscripts from the Second Temple period. They were discovered between 45 and 56 in the West Bank. So, the Crusaders would have had to have dug these up, fabricated these, and also, not only that, somehow made it so that our dating technology we have today would be such that they would think that this is 2,300 years old instead of its age. So, I don't think so. I think you are misinformed. So all the history that is accepted is wrong, and Jesus is somehow from Germania. Yeah, the naming of one city being called Jerusalem in Germany doesn't mean that that's not evidence that Jesus was from there. Scratch the real side support is Bulgaria. English only, please, DGen, because I can't moderate non-English. Who used to manually copy all the books and records, monks, and the Catholic Church were the ones that did this. Yeah, so again, let's go back to this. Dead Sea Scrolls, written before Jesus. Okay? Way before these guys. They were not, I mean, they weren't written by Catholic monks. So your logic of thinking is very conspiratorial. Here, we'll catch up. Moses was chased after by the Pharaoh's soldiers. It's complicated, but at the same time, you could cut a lot of it and make it simple. Why shouldn't Texas have the right for self-determination? Interesting take. Well then, do you think the South should have been able to leave and keep all those slaves? And similarly, should I be able to, in my home, choose to secede from the Union, right? So, like, it'll be turtles all the way down then, right? In a sense, because if a state can vote to leave the country, why not a county being able to vote to leave the country? Why not a city being able to vote to leave the country? Why not a neighborhood being able to vote to leave the country? Why not a house being able to vote to leave the country, right? So, it's not that I think that a vote alone is evidence that a region should be able to leave, but it is not sufficient alone to allow them to leave. I think there's maybe some context in which Texas should be allowed to leave, but, like, I don't think their legislative voting to leave is sufficient. Do we have a moderator? I don't think we do. Here, let's delete degens. Stuff that is not in... English only, please, degen. Story of Moses is mentioned in the Quran too. A better man than me, Generalist Gaming, wouldn't even entertain this guy. German Jesus. It has a nice ring to it though, don't it? German Jesus. Good old alliteration. The oldest Dead Sea Scrolls, Generalist Gaming, the youngest ones were 1 BCE to 1 CE. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not trying to invoke too much about the Dead Sea Scrolls specifically, as much as I'm just trying to make... Dead Sea Scrolls are an example of a piece of archaeology that was discovered that immediately, like, disproves the argument. And I think that there's more than one. Sorry, I'm just calling Bulgarians Mongols. Nothing racist or inaccurate, I promise. Immediately after saying that Albanians are awful, you tell me that it's not racist. Forgive me if I have a little bit of doubts, but I do think we're looking to wrap up the stream. Have you ever seen the Da Vinci Code? That's what the Knights of Rhodes were founded to do. Same method of copying the Quran. You mean that they changed the Quran? Yeah, basically. Besides tools, what PM's worth using rubber? A lot of PMs just straight up require rubber. Although maybe it's not easiest to show you because this is a mod. But like electrical industries will require rubber. They've also been rebalancing the PMs over and over. Ugh, we forgot to switch that. They've been rebalancing the PMs in a bunch of spots. And I think as they rebalance the PMs, they've been trying to make it so that you can turn it on with clothing as well. So I think contextually, maybe sometimes in clothing, it's okay. Oh no. I've been trying to secede from my roaches in my house. True. Didn't Peter Griffin secede from the Union in that one episode? Yeah, so that's what I think about when I think about that example. Like, if one individual home wants to secede, they're not allowed to secede, right? And so, like, to be fair, like, the Confederacy's, like, claim, in my opinion, would probably be more legitimate than, like, the Texit claim, because more of the states in the Confederacy supported it. I mean, obviously, I think they supported it for bad reasons, but, like, a very large portion of the U.S. wanted to leave. Not just, like, just Texas, but, yeah. Splitting is 70-30, but they keep arguing with me. I'm saying the Quran changed as heresy in Islam. This Mahmud guy is literal kafir by definition of it in Islam. How do you spell secede? I think it starts with an S. I'm really bad at spelling. I think Juan has it. Yeah. It's not easy. I mean, as a non-American, my understanding on your constitution is sketchy, but a state plebiscite to leave the Union doesn't seem unreasonable. Yeah, so for the United States, it's supposed to be seen as a collection of countries rather than, which is why we use states rather than provinces. And it doesn't seem unreasonable, but comparison between city, county, house, and state seems a little bit disingenuous. That's fair. A state, the way in which the United States was founded has a historical type of record where secession by an individual state is more legitimate. I would agree with that. I'm just trying to... I think that there's more than that alone that would be required. Especially if you have, like, freedom of movement between states. Which you do. Because people could move from one state to another and then vote to secede repeatedly. So you could have 10 million bad actors, although that's a lot of bad actors to organize, you know, or not even 10 million. You could have like a few 100,000 bad actors move to North Dakota, vote for them to secede, then move to South Dakota, vote for them to secede, then move to Montana, vote for them to secede. You know what I'm saying? That's like a weird type of like hypothetical, but I think that the vote alone is not sufficient, especially because you can conduct a vote in a way that's not necessarily legitimate. Like in Crimea, when they conducted the vote to join Russia, it was conducted by Russian soldiers who went door to door in order to conduct the vote. Like, that's obviously under duress, and that wouldn't, like, count. One of my problems with accepting the vote is, like, Israel holds this up and says, hey, look, they wanted to join us, and we have to take in good faith that Israel did not influence that at all. They're not trying to get independent, they're trying to get into being part of it. I think there is a context in which maybe Texas should be allowed to leave. I think that most of the Republican state wouldn't want Texas to leave. Confederacy is morally indefensible law, but if a state has cultural differences in it than their self-interest, it should be okay to let them have their own country. I don't think you can properly, like, I think that position's inconsistent. I think if you're okay with Texas voting to leave, you kind of have to be okay with the Confederacy voting to leave. Because they didn't vote for taking over the North. That's essentially how Texas seceded from Mexico. I'm not entirely sure that I would be happy with that, geopolitically speaking. Relative to Mexico keeping Texas. A bunch of Manifest Destiny people moved into Texas, proceeded to revolt against Mexico. Yeah, so that's like a strategic reason why you wouldn't allow that sort of precedent. Texas seceded because it was illegal to own slaves in Mexico. Not like this. The dark history. I think we're kind of caught up, though. South legally could and should have the ability to secede. The problem is that when we are talking about them, they wanted to secede and keep slavery. Right. I think that if it's not your country, it's not necessarily as much your business, right? And if the South was its own country, it wouldn't be the United States' business. I mean, it'd be very awkward, but, like, the United States wasn't declaring war on everyone who enabled slavery and annexing them. Right? The imperative to keep the nation together was, like, part of the reason for not letting them secede. And I think, yeah. Due to shortages in rubber and oil, should I stick with trench and shrapnel for cost effectiveness? Over running later techs? I would run, if you can only run so many, I would run like a mix of defensive armies that are trench oriented and other armies. I see your point about voting under duress and totally agree. I guess the Texas example, I expected a less malicious compliance with democratic processes, but maybe that's naive. Well, so if you categorically don't allow it, then you eliminate the potential of some sort of bad acting. And if you were to allow it, like, you would just need certain voter suppression efforts that would never ever get prosecuted ever, because it would just be a different country after then. So if people just went out and, like, engaged in very serious crimes to, like, prevent votes to stay in the Union from happening, they would not be subjected to any type of recourse, because they would be their own nation afterwards. But also, it's not written into the Constitution, a process by which you may secede. So I don't think the framers wanted people to just be able to leave afterwards, unless I'm wildly mistaken. So their secession was justified based on the law that the U.S. had at the time. Texas? Well, shouldn't it be a Mexican law that matters? Their secession was justified based on the law of the U.S. at the time. Really? The U.S. allowed for secession from the Union? Lincoln simply didn't accept their legal terms. Well, then I don't know how I feel about that. Well, I feel two kinds of way. One is I dislike slavery, and so I kind of like that the slavers lost and they did get what they wanted. But two is, like, if it's, generally speaking, if you have a rule set and you have written the rule set and people agreed on the rule set, you should stick to the rule set. By the framers, I think the idea was that there would be armed conflict born out of it regardless. Keep elite tank force, don't upgrade every unit. Yep, something like this. Like, if you go all the way up to tanks, because a lot in Victoria 3, so, like, if you're fighting Victoria 3 wars and you're sweating super hard and you have multiple fronts, and it's really close, in theory it's probably the case that you should only push one front at a time, because the defensive advantage is rather substantive. Actually, there's not a defensive advantage once you get on a squad. If you have half and half armies, there's not a defensive advantage once you get on a squad, I think, right? Because the differential here is 10, and then the differential here, I think, is 15. I can't remember. I thought the math checked out that once you get squad, or it's 25. So on average, you'll actually have more offense if you're half and half armies once you get to squad infantry. But if you have to use some amount of trench infantry, then yeah, you should have, like, squads that are just only trench, or sorry, units, battalions or whatever that are only trench, and then they should just be line holders and then pushing with this. But I think almost any country, by the time you're getting tanks and NCO training, you should just be able to roll people anyways, and it won't be close. That's why militias were legalized in the Second Amendment, because the states wanted to still have military control over themselves to some degree. If I can afford it, should I turn on all mobilization options, like the hospital boosts recovery rate but cost opium? I don't think all is generally good. I think if you have one really key army you want to perform well, then all will be good. But in particular, I think that tobacco, and to a lesser extent liquor, are less efficient, so I often like to keep them off. I don't like to use the transportation PMs for everyone. Often if they're like a Chinese battalion, I have them on forced march so they can get closer to my homelands faster, and often I will just use no PMs for most units, but then rail transport for landing squads. For reconnaissance, I think you probably only want motorized reconnaissance for landing squads, or if you have a major pushing army. Something like this. For support equipment, if you're trying to be cost efficient, I think machine gunners is pretty good. Flamethrowers, I don't know how much oil it takes. Because this isn't vanilla. I think you should have field hospitals on everyone, though. Except maybe units that are specifically just catching naval landings. I think you maybe want a lot less PMs on them in general, because they won't be fighting a lot of the time. And so it's maybe not worth it as much. Random aside, seeing you struggle with the tooltip nesting, have you considered a hotkey tooltip nesting? It's in the settings and it's much quicker and consistent, and it'll never go back to timed. I kind of like the way I navigate it now. I definitely don't like use shortcuts and this type of stuff, which I maybe should use. Like, I don't use these shortcuts, which I probably should. I don't use a lot of the keyboard stuff. Also, all these, like, which is like the function buttons. I probably should, though. Stimulating eco and better stats in combat. Yeah, it's just like, I think you don't want to stimulate tobacco, though. It's like one of the things why I don't think it's good to use. Balloon may be good in realms of Exther. I've not taken a close look at the balloon mod, but my understanding of vanilla is extremely strong. You just have to be on the thing that enables it, which is generally not worth doing. But I understand that this is actually quite strong in multiplayer. I don't know how much attrition risk modifier does. That's difficult for me. I agree with Pop-Up. Surprised me that you used less time in the Spain guide. Yeah, I just use less time. I like to sometimes play with, like, my hand and gesture with the other hand. Although this isn't entirely the reason I do it. But, like, if I was, like, explaining something, I can highlight this and be, like, you know, do stuff with my mouse and then not need to click the other thing. The kill rate on chemical weapons is OP. Yeah, kill rate's really strong. I'm not as, like, my level of comfort with understanding what's good in terms of, like, this is much less than, like, how comfortable I feel understanding, like, more economic aspects of the game. I don't know the military as well. In Victoria 2, they are backfire condition and backfire on you. In Vic 3, they are straight bonus. I wonder if they let you roll certain battle conditions that are negative, though. Yeah, it's so much offense. Fertilizer's not even a bad input. Is this different than vanilla? Is this what it is in vanilla? This is insane. I feel like that's not what it is in vanilla. Did they buff it recently? I mean, before, like, my favorite used to be machine gunners. Gonna head out. Give me a heads up if you're gonna stream Imperator. Do give a heads up. I'm not sure how I'd give you a heads up. I might take a look at that Lord of the Rings mod, though. I think I'm gonna head out as well, though. So, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Kind of longer than we intended. We started to get into the weeds a little bit, and I kind of wanted to give my ideas, but I don't know. It got weird at the end. I think we're just not going to raid anyone today on Twitch, so I think we're just going to wrap up the stream. It was fun, you guys. I hope you guys have a good one. And etc. Mostly etc. I think we peaked at like 60-ish viewers, which is considerably lower, but we also streamed later. So we'll have a thought. Maybe we start streaming more. I would ask you guys your opinion, but there's a little bit of a survivorship bias in that you guys are more likely to vote for it. It was always fertilizer and vanilla too, just 2 fertilizer. Interesting. Go in the house and invite him. Yeah. Mahmoud just ran away. I don't think that's a fair characterization. I mean, I just kind of like strongly disagreed with him. If I was in Mahmoud's shoes, I was trying to not be rude, but I was, in my opinion, kind of just being categorical in my disagreement with him, and he just left. So like, if I think someone is just super categorically like wrong, and like I don't think that there's any way of convincing them, I'm just going to leave. He wasn't citing anything I could look into to like support his claim. His claim was like relatively conspiratorial. It's like the stupid Catholics. Who do you think wrote the books? And like, I don't know, he kind of lost me at the dodging of. Well, actually, saying that Hamas isn't Muslim was like, I have a hard time following, but then simultaneously not condemning Hamas's position, and then being kind of okay with a position similar to Hamas. So, in regards to how the Jews should be treated in the event that Hamas were to get victory. So. Yeah. Personally, not fully interested in the mod because I don't fully understand it. Yeah, the mods, I think it's the mod that's causing this problem here, and I'm super not a fan of these secession movements that don't actually let us fight them. So, yeah. But we have a video kind of where we talk about the mod. I think the mod lets you specialize more and allows for a kind of more interesting gameplay because every run feels a little bit different if you're playing on different countries, much more so than vanilla. So, I think we did okay in this episode. Actually, let's just kind of quickly go over our standing because I don't think we're going to... Well, this bug's in the way. We won't go over our standing. Alright, you guys, have a good one. This will probably be the last Mousy episode. Bye-bye now.